a bug tie was made by Hideo Kojima. It's amazing. Alright. Let's try not to press that, or to go to that swap ship button, because the game does not like that option. I mean, it's nice that we can use the ship for free to try to capture these ships, but the game doesn't want to make it too easy for us, like glitching us out. Alright. Too bad, because it was a decent ship, too. Oh well. Come on, pirates. Ah, 2 pirates. No thanks. 3 pirates. 4 pirates? How many pirates is there? Like 3 pirate ships. No thank you. The hidden at 460 frames, yeah. N64 emulation is pretty good. I haven't tried N64 emulation since I finished the N64 games, but I guess they've gotten pretty good emulators out there now. I think I've watched the first one, that's it. I don't know much about the lore of Pirates of the Caribbean. I know more about Pirates of the Caribbean from the whole Johnny Depp lawsuit thing, Johnny Depp versus Amber thing, than I do from the actual movies, so... Sweden 3 just got an achievement set? Nice. Fuck. Give it. Check and mate. I didn't notice I was that close to being bored by the other one, so it kind of took me by surprise. Yeah, beefing CPU, yeah, that's true. An emulator, Saturn emulator up. Yeah, 6 button. That's the hardest thing with Saturn, because most other consoles fairly easy. They use the standard button layout that most, except for the Jaguar. I got a pretty decent setup in my Jaguar, I think, in terms of like how the buttons are set up. Just have to remember them, because of course it uses that freaking number pad thing on the actual Jaguar. 4 ships here. Anything worth pissing them off for? Not really. 5, 4. Nothing out after going for 4 of them. Snuff shoulder, yeah. But even then, it's like they expect you to have a certain like a 6-button layout, and you're using like shoulder buttons. It could throw you off. Depends on the game, obviously, but you can make it work for the game. But generally, G0, how's it going? Oh crap! No, I want to be in a storm. Good. Be careful. A little just random experience for being in storms. So much damage. I'm gonna reload. It's too much damage. You can't be that's annoying, exactly. You want to be using one controller. You don't want to be like using a fucking number pad and next to your computer to control the controller, right? I mean, especially since most of the buttons are just shortcuts for, like, you got ones that can, you know, strafe. Those you can easily just transfer over to the shoulder buttons. Those ones that open menus and stuff like that. The Blaster Master. I think I played a little bit of it, but never beat it. It was an okay game. RAM! Level 4. Alright, let's try to get that level 4. Bunk. You guys can attack this thing. Be the big boy for me. Although I'm kind of hurting right now. Coming for me, so at least I have a chance to potentially... Oh. Get out of the menu. No. Pressing the wrong buttons. I'm almost dead here. And I'm sinking. Fantastic. No. Perfect. Abomination Blaster Master. Is that bad?
can fix your vessel in no time, monsieur.
Can't seem to find the town where I saw the battleship, unless the ships change over time. The ships you have access to.
The whiskey, it will set your heart on fire.
Alright. Any officers?
Comment va, my dear captain?
Spoil my fun?
Comment va, my dear captain?
Maybe it was in Redmond, that's probably why. Redmond's the only place I haven't been able to revisit, technically. I can revisit it, but I won't have my ship. Put a little more money repairing my ship. Nah, I don't want to. I lose the ship anyways, so throwing money into it is just seems like a waste. I also don't want to die trying to capture ships. It's tough. So many ships. God, I wish I could keep that thing. Keep it as long as I don't continue the story. Oh, god damn it. I gotta swim very slowly back onto the dock. Last thing though, it's not a quick tie-in, it's just a rebranded game, right? They just slapped on Pirates of the Caribbean. Not even a skin. They just like literally slapped on Pirates of the Caribbean title screen to this game. Other than that, the game has nothing to do with Pirates of the Caribbean whatsoever. Like this isn't like Mario Brothers 2 levels of you know, take a game and then just convert it to Pirates of the Caribbean. I mean that at least took some effort. This one, they literally just there's nothing tying this to the movies at all. I don't think she's even in this, is she? Maybe she did some of the... Yeah, maybe during those cutscenes, I don't know. Yeah, I mean it's stealth, it's basically Sea Dogs, but like parts of the Sea Dogs Caribbean. Damn. She just got massacred there. 10%. Time compression, let's go. I'm gonna have like 1 life left by the time I... Summer 2 combat, yep. But this guy's gonna die now. Unless I can I trade with him and give him like a health potion? I don't think I have any way of exchanging with these guys, so... He's basically just gonna die. Oh, whatever. Oh shit, no. Pressed the wrong button. More loot I could have had. Where's the blood? Well, we don't want to piss off any of the sharks, so... Try to limit the amount of blood. What is this game even rated? It's rated T? Of course it is, because it's a Disney game, so... Yeah, that's one of the things they did. Maybe they, like, took out some of the blood. I mean, when you shoot ships and stuff, there's, like, spurts of red and stuff. But I mean, I'm assuming that's like fire more so than blood. Money, money, money. It's kind of random too how many decks you go through. Sometimes you go through like the top deck, sometimes you go through like 2 or 3 decks below. Oh, my other dude died. That sucks. And do I have any officers left to Is he alive? Is he... I don't know. It's just a generic NPC, I guess. I don't know if I have any officers to throw into the ship now. I could take one from the other ships, I guess. Money. Same one, yeah. Be something on this side. There's a bunch of boxes. No. Three decks in a cabin. God. No, fuck. Tried to get away. Got stun locked. No. Every time. Really wish I could save in those. But no, no saving allowed. As soon as you start a sea battle. I have a free officer in case get turned fast enough. He's just gonna get massacred by the enemy ships, though. I was gonna say, didn't think. I guess we get free XP. You can call that licensed. Two pirates. Why am I always looking behind instead of forwards when the battle starts? So annoying. Pluggers. Oh, this is Caravel, level 4. Try to capture that. Should massacre a bit of their crew before the battle starts.
How about you, Nate?
I could transfer this to the other guy. Give it to him. Like, either I can wait for this guy to, like, heal up naturally, or... Okay, I can't trade with them at all, which is kind of annoying. Nor could I, like, force feed him some potion. I know, right? I gotta fucking, like... I've got the Corvette there. Like, we should be on this ship here, but no, we start on this tiny little dinky thing. Of course, it'd be a little complex if they had like special models for every ship against, or like a special world thing, like a deck thing for every ship against every ship. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, this guy's probably gonna die, but whatever. Rip, buddy. This guy paid good money to join my team, and we got him killed. R.I.P. I think he's the one who paid us like 25,000 gold to join our team. But you can't like pick up their loot though after they die. That's something that's kind of annoying. You'd be able to pick up like any weapons dropped. Yeah, you level up. You get experience when you kill things or do quests, and I mean you probably get way more XP doing quests than you'll ever get by killing things. And when you level up, you can you put points in your stats and get some new abilities and whatnot. Corners were safe. Money, money, money. Voiced by an actor in Pirates of the Caribbean. No. But the closest thing they could do to tie it together, right? Like, if anything, it's definitely based more on the carnival attraction than on the movie. Like, there's nothing tying the movie's plot to this. I mean, the movie wasn't. The movie is just made based on just random stuff. Like literally all the stuff is based on a friggin' carnival on a carnival ride. So you could do whatever you want with it. It's just Caribbean and pirates. There you go. It's got the Caribbean Pirates is a Pirates of the Caribbean game. Alright, this time I'm trying to back up into the corner so I don't get surrounded. Shit. Got through my block. I was trying to use a healing potion. Damn it. It's hard going through these multi-floor ones. Like, too many floors. When they tried to catch lighting in the bottle again, trying to make a Haunted Mansion movie. Ichabod Crane guy, oh yeah. It's awesome. Two pirate ships, no thank you. 3 pirate ships, no thank you. Some big boys in that, though. Damn. Some nice ships, but have like 0 chance of surviving this. Sinking. Yeah. 3 level 4 ships against us. Yeah, that was not gonna happen. Big thing because DreamWorks tried permission use Shrek and Murphy and Mike Myers voice likenesses, so I scream. Oh yeah. Wow. I guess that's the big question then. Who owns the they didn't use their actual voices from the movie or anything, but they used their like a similarity. So who owns that similarity? Is it the actor or is it the company, right? 3 ships again. Like, assuming they just use other voice actors that sound similar to them versus obviously ripping stuff from the movie, which would definitely be illegal. They didn't sign off on it. I'm sure there's probably some voice actors guild stuff. I'm sure there's something out there, some precedent of some kind. But even if it wouldn't be like a legal thing, that would definitely piss off the voice actors guild or the actors guild, Screen Actors Guild, or whatever the hell it is, SAG. So, wouldn't want to do that. Alright, 1 pirate ship. So a good one? Where is it? Ooh, looks pretty beefy. Ooh, nice caravel. Let's get him. Forward. Yeah, the music is definitely not super exciting anyway. One down. Money, 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 money. They are.
How about this, Dave? How about this?
Two down. Haven't seen that second one before. What if there's like an inventory limit of any kind? If there is, I haven't seen it. Maybe you can carry like 99 of something. Sniper rifle sounds, yeah. Oh, is that all our dudes? Must have taken out a bunch of their crew before they died. Welcome back. I was just still trying to get a ship. This is a level 4 ship, so if I can successfully get this one, pretty nice. The only thing I can loot here? There's gotta be at least one more spot. No. Good. Nice. Alright, get ourselves a caravel. Which is pretty damn good for, it's got 32 guns. Don't go to swap ships. Just don't do that. Assign more crew later. It's got a lot of cargo room too, which is nice. Let's throw all our shit on there because we're just gonna go trade this one in. Yeah, too bad you can only have a fleet of, you can only have a fleet of, of 4. It's good, considering you can't even, like, can't even manually, assign... Alright. Okay, if you need to do any sort of, save. Sorry. If you need to do any sort of, of orders, you have to do it one by one. You can't tell all your ships that, hey, go attack this guy. No, you gotta tell ship A, go attack this guy. Ship B, go attack this guy. Ship C, go attack this guy. Really fucking annoying. Can't give orders to everybody saying, hey, look, everybody, just do this. Everybody run away. Everybody do this. Like, nope. And it doesn't pause. You gotta, like, scroll here. You gotta do this. You gotta tell it to heap the drift. Oh, no, and I gotta do this again. I gotta go over here and do this guy to heap the drift. Oh, and wait, go to this guy. Go do this. Do this. It's like, fucking hell. Unit by unit RTS, yep. Unless there's like a... I mean, maybe there's like a quick way of doing that, but I haven't seen it. You can like select multiple ones. But knowing so far this game doesn't seem like a game that would even do that, so... Alright, let's repair that new ship. Oh, you're not gonna be cheap, but... Worth 19,000. I mean, this one's worth 55,000, so it's level 4, but I mean, I don't think I can get better than level 4. What kind of guns does it have right now?
A new ship for you today, mon ami? Or just repaired?
So right now it has... It's just got basic cannons. No, I can't put 16 pounds. I thought I could put 16 pounds. No, I think it just has 16 pound.
We can fix your vessel in no time, monsieur.
Pretty slow. I guess its main thing is it's a cargo ship, basically. Well, it does have a lot of guns. Definitely more of a cargo ship, though. Get some crew.
The Rhine is the best in all the Caribbean.
Camera, please. Navigator? Grab ourselves a navigator.
The Rhine is the best in all the Caribbean.
Awful morale. Guess we'll wait. Right now he's negative money. Oop. Accidentally hired him. Spindler. Sailing and defense. Decent sailing, decent defense. Nothing amazing, but almost leveled up. Level 4. Have any good abilities at least? It's pretty good for fighting too, if I need to. Of course, it doesn't have any sailing abilities, which, you know, you'd think a navigator would have.
No pay, no pay. Right, mate. No pay, no pay. Right, mate.
Please buy me a drink. I run up considerable tab, I'm afraid. How much do you owe? 500 gold. That's quite a debt. Good luck paying off. Only 500? That's not so bad. Just paying a random stranger's debt. Maybe he'll pay us back at some point.
No pay. Get away from me, you will. No pay, no pay.
He hadn't paid me? What? Didn't I just give him 500 gold?
Come away, my dear captain.
No pray, no pay. Right, matey?
Quartermaster? Sure. I don't know if I want to hire a quartermaster who doesn't know how to haggle. Oops. Got all this stuff. Decent commerce. 6. It's a pretty shitty repair, but whatever. Another navigator? Sure.
Handle that blade like dinnerware, huh?
Oops. Better defense, less sailing. Okay, should have a navigator for every ship now, I think. Maybe not. I wish you could, like, transfer officers from ship to ship, like, without going onto the ship and, like, having to manually, like, move your ship over to the other one and transfer them that way. Like, why can't you just do that at the port? Like, they're moored at the port. Say, hey, you go to that ship. No. You gotta do this the hard way. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, gotta make this a 100-hour game instead of a 90-hour game. Yeah, we need to put some crew to it too. Speed. This one's got a cannoneer. It's good defense. Commerce dude. Let's keep him with me. Stop moving. You stay put. He's a cannoneer. Let's give him a sailor. You could get first mates for all of these ships too to lower the cost. Orphan, no, Orphan I considered an action RPG, or an action RPG, an action adventure game, not an RPG. Alright, let's make our way over to Redmond in the ship. Get our shitty lugger back. First thing I'll do is sell that piece of shit. Sucks that you lose all your officers that you had before. They're just
To
gone.
serve England is to serve the world, my good captain.
Have a look. Alright, so I'm gonna raise my leadership. I don't need commerce because I can get quartermasters to do that. Melee combat is going to be useful. Sailing, accuracy, cannons, those are all can be all handled by officers. Grappling, repair. Luck might be the only other thing that may be useful, but I mean, technically leadership can be handled by first mates, but it's better to put first mates on other ships. And abilities, I'm definitely going to grab that ability that shares XP. other abilities do we have? What does instant boarding do? Get instantly bored, yeah. Enemy ships of high class, okay. So you can't just instantly board like a battleship. Too bad. Maybe a pretty strong ability to have. Not yet, no. Unless it shows up with a fast forward, it'll be a long time before we can get to that. Fireship. Seems like a really bad idea. It'd be a very expensive weapon. Alright, so shared experience. 30% done. I notice we're a rascal now. How do we turn to a rascal? By sinking these pirates? Everybody's happy except the pirates. Oh yeah, so we gotta go deliver this closed chest. Oh, I need to put this guy onto my ship now. Apparently. I don't know how I became a rascal, but... Maybe I did some, like, naughty things.
No pray, no pay, right, matey? No pray, no pay, right, matey?
One last time, give us the chest or we'll kill you. Also, I can't believe my own eyes. Told you can't kill us. Relax. We'll get drunk and forget about this. Haha, now stop chattering, give us the chest. I'll kill you anyways. I'll rip that guy. You guys are invulnerable, which is kind of annoying. They activated cheat codes, they activated God mode, it's not fair. These have console access. I tried running away. Gotta get rid of my buddies though first.
No pray, no pay, right, matey?
I'm a rascal. Run away! They just walk up to me
No
anyways.
pray, no pay, right, matey?
Did they just kill my dudes anyways? The dudes I took out of my party? Ugh. So...
There'll be no orgy-bodgy on my watch.
Orgy, borgy. As long as it's just an orgy. Yeah, you cannot leave. Like, you're basically just... You're fucked. You have to give the chest. There's no option. It's kind of annoying. Well, they did say that the cards would do nothing. So, like, if I don't go close to the tavern, I can probably safely dump my dudes here. As long as I don't... Walks is interrupted. Told him to go to the port and he just, like, ends up back here.
No pray, no pay, right, matey? No pray, no pay, right, matey?
That's impossible. I can't believe my own eyes. Told you can't kill us. Relax. You'll get drunk and forget about this. The hell with you. Take it. Yes. We were leaving, and I'll tell you one thing. The lad who asked you to deliver the chest set you up very badly. We could kill you, you know. Give the chest to strangers and inform me that Owen must have set me up. Was Owen who asked me to deliver this clear chest at Redmond? You can ask Owen about what could possibly be talking about. Oxbay. Oh yeah, it was the shipyard dude, yeah, I remember that now. So that was part of the story, I guess. So it's definitely a story-based thing. I need to get this guy back in my party in case... because we got a quest, so I'm assuming something's gonna happen with him.
Always a pleasure, Captain.
We have here is Nathaniel. How's the sea treating you? It's fine. What are you and Danielle doing here? Well, we have some business to attend to. If you're interested, maybe you should ask Captain Daniel. Do that. Hello, Captain.
Always a pleasure.
Oh, try and talk to the captain.
Always a
Nope.
pleasure.
Stop talking to this guy. Talk to her. Oh, Nathaniel, I didn't expect to see you here. Believe me, I'm just as surprised to see you. Can't seem to keep away from each other lately. I don't see what's so funny, Nathaniel. Go bother someone else if you got nothing better to do. Still hiding your deep and abiding love for me, are you? Fair enough. You'd rather be alone. That's how I'll leave you be. Oop, drop your weapon, you're under arrest. What's going on? Are you out of your mind? It's none of your business, swine. Do not argue with the officer. Don't talk to me in that tone of voice, peasant. Lay down your arms now. I'll not get away with this. Well, that guy's dead. Did you just use a gun? Papa's dead, and someone's going to pay. I'm sorry about that. Papa's a good man. Okay, that seems like it was scripted for him to die. Save your compassion for yourself, Nathaniel. I don't need it. Whatever you say, but why do you think those soldiers attacked us all of a sudden? I recall having a quarrel with the English. How about you? It's none of your business. At any rate, I'm going out... I'm not going near another English flag for a while. I'm clearing out of this town. I advise you do the same. Wait. Wait! You're under arrest, sir. Please come with us. The odds weren't in your favor. Find me less agreeable. But fine, take me away. I insist on informing the governor about my arrest, however. After all, I'm working for him. You're not in a position to demand anything. Come with us. Devil. Figured there'd be a prison break thing. It's like, why is there a prison with an open cell?
Sorry, sir, I can't convert.
You prisoner, heh. What are you so happy about? Don't you understand? You prisoner means that our governor will give us money for his keep, and I'll snatch a part of it. Heh. You come to such a life. Prisoner wants to chat. Alright, let's chat. But I doubt you'll be so sociable for long. Soon, you will just be sitting on your bed, staring at the ceiling like the others. I've seen a lot of prisoners in my life. It's a long story, but what the hell? I've got plenty of time to kill. Heh. That's why I wanted to tell you my story. Right, I've got plenty of time, so tell me about it. Don't interrupt me, I'll show you something. Heh. You'll spend the rest of your life walking on crutches. Watch your words. In fact, if I happen to sit here in this prison cell... The fact that I happen to sit here in this prison cell doesn't mean that I endure the insults of my humble jailer. You call me a humble jailer? Just so you know, once I was the finest gunner in the whole damn archipelago. You think I believe that? I would dismiss a first-class gunner from a ship. I didn't think it would happen to me either. All this misfortune, all because of that cursed rum. They turned me out and didn't even pay me for my last half year of work. Let me get out of here, and I'll hire you to work for me on my ship as a gunner. Put a stop to your drinking while we sail. You can drink to your heart's content while you go ashore. No, I don't like that idea. Why should I risk my life? Sit yourself, pal, and I'll go about my business. Wait. Not the crepe storage bin. Anything but that. Get out of jail. Do not pass go. So did I piss off the English now? Not yet, apparently. And they kept us with all our gear. Governor, get me out of here.
To serve England.
Sorry, Nathaniel, this has been a terrible mistake. Thanks for apologizing, sir. Wasn't sure if I'd be free again. Please accept my apologies once again for my actions, my soldiers. I think this money will prove to you how sorry I am for the incident. Thank you, sir. For my part, thank you for your kindness to me. Now that we are finished with all this nonsense, I'd like you to come with me to my study. I have important matters to discuss with you. Of course, sir. English.
In this port, my word is the law of England.
Law of England. I'd like to share joyful news. Oxbay is free. You helped us greatly in our quest for victory. Thank you. You're welcome. Perhaps you have something for me next? Of course. I want you to bring me the person who betrayed us and put our colony in such peril. His name is Raoul Rames. If I may ask, what did he do? Inquisitive. I like that. Make no mistake. Rames is a traitor to the crown, most vile. A betrayer of his own crew as well. He was carrying out a very important mission when he switched allegiances. When one of his crew warned me of Rames' betrayal, we were nearly able to prevent this calamity. Sadly, the poor fellow was already at death's door, and couldn't tell me where Rames was heading. We know that he stopped The pirate encampment to resupply. You should go to the pirate camp, and if Reams is still there, arrest him. If he is found, discover what you can about him. Which pirate place? There's a bunch of pirate places. Understood. However, facing pirates is dangerous. Expect to be well compensated. And you will be. I'll pay for you 5,000 gold now and 5,000 when you return to the betrayer. Okay, I was gonna say, like, which one did we pick up? It's R12 Boise. The main ship is called Iron Island. I'm assuming that's the, I forget the name of it there, but yeah. Alright, we need to get some crew.
Fish a clam!
Nothing.
No pray, no pay. Right, matey?
Welcome. What can I help you?
A whole bunch of gamblers in this place. Camera, please. Quartermaster. I already have a bunch of quartermasters. Need first mates and bosuns.
Have a pint with me, old soul.
Awful. Just have to pay to raise my morale, I guess. God, it's not, that wasn't cheap. It's like 10,000 bucks to... Firing should raise morale. Totally should. Should convert this thing to culverins. You can move around officers and stuff. Switch to the other ship. Switch to the level 4 ship.
Welcome, good sir. What can I help you with?
Drink up, laddie.
Jail a small tavern plant. First to sail in with less satellites. You know this. Oh, yeah. Need to leave a. I guess I need to leave at least one ship free. I'll get rid of that Luger.
ship she is, sir.
Schooner. Schooner can have like 16-pound guns, but I wonder if like 20 16-pound guns would be better than like 32 12-pound guns.
Yes, sir, we can patch her right up.
Culverins in there. And I need to move my officers around, which is gonna be a real pain in the ass.
We fix ships here, not dinghies.
The port. What happened? Wait, what happened to that ship? A third ship. Did I sell it by accident? Fuck. It's just gone. Did it mutiny? What happened? No, I'm missing a ship. The fuck?
Yes, sir, we can patch her right up.
That must have sold it by accident. Well, rip that ship, I guess. Kind of want to get rid of the Luger. What's my previous save? For all the cutscenes. This thing's got speed, but man, kind of sucks in every other way. You get back to the docks. So let's see here. This guy's got a marksman and a sailor. So it's fine on this ship. Nothing particularly useful. Let's give him a first mate, I guess. Maybe this first mate would be good on our ship. Let's give him this commerce dude. Three other ships so far. Why are we going on the opposite side of the ship? Why is this so annoying? This is a bad design, having to like manually sail to the ships to do stuff. Fucking bullshit. Alright, so this one we want to swap ships. There. So this one's got... the lugger we're just going to get rid of, so... Transfer the crew from lugger to mine. Transfer all this stuff to me. I think we're good on guns for a while. Things so slow. We did. And it just crashed. Good job, guys. This dude I wanted. Okay, so put sailor dude. We have a canyon dude. A shitty one. We need a good one on our team. And we need one more canyoneer. I'll try to get another canyoneer for my party. Oops. Sailor dude. A this guy's got like 0 defense. It's good on ammo. Um, that's never a good sign. The fuck? Bad disk error. Well then, guess the game is buggier than I expected. Is it rebooting? What's going on here? After I did all that work. The end, yeah. What the hell, game? So it begins. I mean, could be. This doesn't look. This does look a little. False fails. I've got it on the hard drive too. Okay, why do I have like 3 of the same dudes now? What the fuck? Is it glitching out my save files? Yeah, I could check. I mean, it's loading an area I've already been in, so... Okay, no, they're fine here. It's just in the save file, they're all like the same dude. You got 3 Inky Sinbads, yeah. And I gotta do all that shit again. Oh, this is after I sold my ship accident, isn't it? Need to reload the previous save. For some reason, I don't know how I accidentally sold that ship, but apparently I did. Let's go to Oxbay and just see if I can buy like a good ship. Let's do that first. Guess we'll have to put this game on hold forever because the game's broken. This game seems to be like this game seems to be held together by duct tape and spit right now in terms of like the bugginess, the buggy nature of it. So I wouldn't be surprised that disk error thing was not really a disk error, just the game being shit. Pretty much. Just like the whole, the issue with Morrowind, right? You like play too long, you just start getting that dirty disk error. You know, it's not really a dirty disk error, it's just the game's starting to glitch out. You always crash trying to load a cinematic? Yeah, I believe it. Absolutely believe it. Where are my party members going? I'm like assigning them and they're just disappearing. What the fuck? This game is buggy as shit, man. My dudes are just disappearing. Just like all my guys from before like all my previous whatchamacallit? I'm gonna reload here. All my previous officers from before I got the Corvette just all disappeared. Because I picked up more officers, so the game's like, oh, wait a second, we don't know how to combine this, and they just disappeared completely, or what? But this reversion will work? Yeah. I don't know about that. Work is a, pretty heavy term for that. Well, this is a modded 360, but I mean, I don't know the quality. The drive seems to be okay. I haven't had any issues reading the drive, but I did notice the disc looked a little iffy when I first tried it. But didn't seem to have any load errors. And that one just seemed to be like a random, like just seemed like it was more of a crash than a bad load. You know what I mean? So bad you had to quit. What? You know you want to play it again, Core. It's like any excuse to quit that game. I don't know. In this era, it's probably ID. No, I don't. Well, you do. Yeah, so I have to save before I do anything weird here, because it seems to really do some weird shit when you start moving officers around. Some just get deleted for no apparent reason. There is no Jack Sparrow in this. This game has nothing to do with Pirates of the Caribbean. The title you see on the cover, that's just there to make you think you're buying a game based on the movie. It's bait and switch. Alright, let's make a save before we do anything. Let's make a new save. Let's get out of here a little bit. Away from the island a bit. Okay. Alright, so sloop. This one's got a decent team, so let's leave this one alone. Gilliath. Okay, so this guy is actually the captain already, so that's probably what messed So I didn't lose the guy, he just disappeared from my characters list because he was already on a ship, and the game's like, oh, wait a second. Because I guess since he's like part of my party right now, he also shows up here. The game just didn't know how to do that. Alright, transfer this guy here. What's this guy's stuff? He's I'm assuming he's a canyoneer. Alright, because this guy was a sailor dude. So, yeah. Sails. We have no defense on any of our guys. Yeah, exactly. Alright. Swap ships. This guy's got defense. Probably better to have on this ship. Well, the other guy should be in my party still, even though he's... This guy was... Gunner. We need a gunner on our ship. This guy on here for now. So we're going to sell that ship. Alright. Back to Redmond. More. Yep, it's got nothing to do with Pirates of the Caribbean, other than taking place in the Caribbean and having pirates. This game has more to do with the Disney attraction than it does with the actual, you know, movie in any way. But didn't we... Oh no, I was gonna say, didn't we lose that chest? I haven't done that quest yet. Hey Jim, how's it going?
What can I help you?
Steady 12 FPS, yeah. Look at that amazing frame rate. It's more cinematic. It's running at a very nice, you know, 23 frames a second, except they're dividing it by 2, because that's all this game can handle. It's kind of confusing considering you can have passengers that aren't actually like that are on other ships. They're still part of your party. It's a really weird system. As long as you put them in your party before you send them on their ships. We can only have 8 passengers, so you have to be careful there. Yoink. Banana bread, nice. It does smell delicious. Something's gonna happen here. Whatever. Get off the ground, you bum. We have an honor dealing with. My name is Nathaniel Hawk. Nice to meet you, sir. Let's get down to business. You want something from me, Mr. Nathaniel? The Redmond governor. See. It seems anything I don't know yet. An aboriginal cemetery is found inside the Oxbay mine. Lots of bones, crockery, spikes, clay plates. Oh, hey, the local hobo would actually know way more about what's going on in the town than anybody else. Give him a few coins and you get way more information. Yeah, maybe he's in disguise.
We fix ships here, not dinghies.
Ships here. Alright, let's sell this thing. Alright.
I assure you, Captain, our chain shot can rip the mast off a galleon.
What? See, now this one disappeared. See what I mean? Like, as soon as you go in here, that ship disappears for some reason. It's really weird. Something's fucked up there. Like, I knew I didn't sell that ship. Is it because it's like a,
I assure you, Captain, our chain shot can rip the mast.
like it just disappears. It's just gone. They even get money for it? It's really odd. This game is buggy as shit. in some good ways, like the whole, you know, being able to get money from hiring officers, some nice little exploitative ways, and then there's some really bullshit ways, like your ship's disappearing on you. I think that's a pretty major issue. Well, it kind of does. Not just the compass, it shows you the wind direction, it shows you your speed, it shows you your cannons, it shows you your ammo. And you gotta remember, this is on an Xbox, right? People could be playing this on a CRT. That's the thing you have to remember. You're not playing this on a computer monitor. So there's a method to the madness. And of course it's a mini map, so you gotta, it shows you all the ships around you and all that stuff. So yeah, it's kind of important. Okay, so what is going on with the ship and why is it disappearing on me? Like, I don't understand why it's going away. I'm gonna save before talking to the... Like, is it just Redmond where the dude like sells it off for some no apparent reason? Because I'm sure I've gone to dock or to shipyards in other places, and this is before I came back here, so still have it. Let's make a save. How much money do we have now? Let's see.
She's a fine ship, she is, sir.
We have 92,000 right now. Let's just exit.
She's a fine ship, she is, sir.
And the ship's gone, and we still have 92,000, so the ship just disappears. Like, what the fuck? It just disappears completely. Like, there's no rhyme or reason. The ship's just gone. This game is fucking broken. I think I'm gonna have to start concentrating on the main story and ignoring everything else at this rate, because, yeah, this is scary. Like, God knows what other stuff can happen, right? Is it because the dudes in my party? That's what's messing it up. If I remove them from my...
My good man, we fix ships here, not dinghies.
If I need to sell it, I'll sell it, but...
I assure you, Captain, our
It's here now.
the mast off a galleon at 100
So
yards.
changing the captain kind of fixed it, it seems.
I assure you, Captain, our chain shot can rip the mast off a galleon at 100 yards. She's a fine ship, she is, sir. Yes, sir, we can patch
Okay,
her
so it's
right.
fine now. So something was really weird there, but...
She's a fine ship, she is, sir.
Okay. That's good now. Still going. Can get a brig for 80,000. This one's got pretty decent speed and turning. 16-pound guns, 24 guns only though. Needs to be like a
My good man, we fix
decent attacking ship,
ships
but
here,
whatever.
not dinghies.
Okay. So yeah, I don't know what was happening with that ship there, but she's... I'll have to be very careful using the shipyards from now on to save before I do it, because your ship could just disappear if you use the shipyard for no apparent reason. Alright, let's go to the tavern.
No pray, no pay, right, matey?
Kill my guys for...
No pray, no pay, right, matey?
Where you guys going? Get back here. I'm curious if I give these guys healing potions where they heal themselves. big buggy mess. I mean, some bugs are good. I found a nice exploit that can give me unlimited money. And get officers for, like, well, for negative money. Some nice exploits like that, but... shit. Well, those bad ones like your ship's disappearing, so pretty major. Alright. Nobody dies here. Camera, please.
Drink up, laddie.
The higher is 0. You can't get to me, my dudes are in the way. Can't get to them. Good, nobody died. To the jail.
Sorry, sir, I can't converse anymore.
How much money are we gonna get from this anyways? So we have 103,000 right now. Yep, big P emu. It's pretty accurate from what I've noticed. Towers 2 actually runs okay from what I've tested, so Jagger emulation is finally here.
Soon the other nations will learn. England is the greatest power in Europe. And
Alright. We didn't get a quest for that, the gunner dude? I thought that gave us a quest. Oh, it's just this get out of jail thing. Thought maybe that would, like, give us access to a gunner at some point. Alright, let's grab some dudes. Ah. So I need some gunners, I think. Some cannoneers.
fish a clan.
Awful.
Fish a clan.
I'm sure I have everything you need.
The port. So we need to go back to Oxbay now, right? Maybe we should go back to the jail and see if I can talk to that gunner dude. Remember where the jail is. Camera, it's so bad. Go to the dungeon. To the dungeon. What a good start. You just stay. I gave them healing potions. I guess they don't use healing potions. It's kind of stupid and annoying as shit. It's like I can't heal them myself, and they can't heal themselves, so hopefully he doesn't get themselves killed. Spoilers, he will. Damn it. Run in front of me like that, you dumbasses. And I can't get past them either, that's the problem. Like, once you have your sword out, like, you suddenly become massive. Like, everybody just becomes just absolutely impenetrable. If you have your sword away, it's fine. Bunch of dead ends. Uh-oh. Okay, they're just stuck there. Okay, you guys stay here. Especially good if they get stuck. That way they don't go get themselves killed, and I can go get 20% of my experience anyways with my shared XP thing. Stay there, please. Don't move. Nothing. I love how the music just stops in the dungeons too. Like, everything is so broken in this game. That would be. That would be amazing. Highlander. Like the sound of that. Oh god. Shit. A trap. Damn it, they're coming with me again. Little bag there, why can't I pick that up? Highlander was over here. Save. Oops. Like, seriously, why do you have to have such a big hitbox when you have a sword out? I guess to prevent enemies from just, like, surrounding you really quickly, so I guess there is some sense, but not being able to get past your own friendly dudes there. God damn it. I wish you could tell your dudes just to stay put. Just don't move. You cannot order them whatsoever. In the ships you can, but not on the ground. Oh, I'm boned. Those guys just... I can't do anything to save them. Yep, skeleton enemies. Totally unique to the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Alright. It's a new weapon, I'm guessing. It's got 20 piercing, 15 block, 1822. What am I using right now? I mean, this one here is better, except it has less block. $21.26. Yeah. That's cool. Whatever. Are those all the other NPCs again? Stuck on something? It's fine with me. Have I already been here? We're just getting unlucky with drops. Nice crits. Everything looks the same in this place. It's really hard to tell. Other than having skeletons, which implies that, you know, it's a new area because I haven't killed everything. Back in the middle. We've been here. I'm curious if these guys are actually getting XP. They should be, according to that 20% going to them thing. And I shouldn't have this guy in my party, because he's already level 6. He's not going to be getting a new level anytime in the foreseeable future. Yeah, this place kind of sucks. Kind of a confusing map. It's all going around that central pillar thing that we came down of. Just want to make sure I don't miss any treasure. So last time I went this way, so let's go this way. Dead end. Dead end with no treasure, even worse. I mean, block is really important in this thing. You pretty much have to stay blocked all the time. It was published by Bethesda. It was made by some Russian developer, Akela. Yeah, I should say thank you. And it is pretty jank. It's also available on PC, from what I understand, but... Oh, shit. Apparently they found some enemies and they're dying. Whoops. He used a health potion, I noticed. Oh. RIP all my officers. Guess we're gonna have to reload. Just curious to see what else there is in here. The one was like a story-based one, so losing him is probably bad. I'm assuming something will happen. Yeah, I already lost one when I saved. I'll load the older one. Yeah, bringing these guys in here is just a bad fucking idea. AI is just absolutely garbaged here. Yeah, definitely fighting something when I saved. So either some stuff spawned next to them, or they actually moved and found whatever enemy they were looking for. I'm assuming enemies just spawned on top of them, because I doubt they would have actually successfully done any sort of pathfinding. Pathfinding in this game is, yeah, non-existent. Okay, so they were behind us. Maybe no, only because I reloaded. This is where they got stuck last time. So we pick up the Highlander thing. Damn it. AI. So much for, you know... Oops. So much for walls stopping anything. You guys are, like, attacking through walls. As long as they're in range, I guess they can attack. Well, luckily there doesn't seem to be any friendly firing. Except, well, there is and there isn't. Like, you can attack them, but nothing happens. You can't do damage. The worst part is that when you use the guns, they'll target whoever's the closest to you, which is usually one of your allies. So using the gun with allies in the way is basically useless because you just can't. This guy's just piercing my, fuck. These are just piercing my defense left, right, and center here. Yeah, pretty much. The AI is just absolute trashed here in this, and there's nothing to do to... If I could at least command them to stay put, that way I can, like, go and do... And like, kill the enemies, and they'll get a little bit of experience. I mean, in the end, you're getting way less XP here than doing other things. Like, killing this entire catacombs of dudes, would be lucky if I get, 500 XP out of the entire thing. Yeah, the third age. Action RPGs with AI usually doesn't end well. And none of these guys have, like, melee either. So these guys suck for doing damage, too. Taking damage. Anything damage. Damn it. You're in front of me. I don't know why you switched to that sword. I had this sword equipped and then at some point switched to the other sword. Yeah, exactly. These guys is like permadeath. They die, boom. That's it. You just lost your officer. Hopefully you didn't do any work on them. Luckily, the officers are relatively cheap to replace, but something like this guy here, who's basically a story-based one, I don't know, well, story. He's got a quest based on him, although there's no, like, quest, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I made him a navigator. Well, the quest isn't done, so, there's gonna be something. So I kind of need to keep him in my main party, just in case, just in case something comes up and, he needs to be around. These guys are behind me so they don't get, like, spawned on top of. Critical hit. Dungeon kind of sucks. There's really no loot whatsoever. It gets usually you can do a decent amount of damage from range, but considering it takes a while to reload, there should be like multi-shot ones. I haven't seen any yet. Right now, I can only shoot once, and being a flintlock pistol takes a while to reload every time, so. I've tried giving some of the pistols to the NPCs, and yeah, they never use them. Although I did see that female captain actually using a pistol during that battle, so it definitely does happen. Maybe you need to give it to like a bosun or something, somebody who has decent attack. Is there no loot anywhere? Sucks. Where'd the other two dudes go? Okay, they're stuck there, that's fine. As long as nobody spawns on top of them. I don't know if enemies respawn, but let's assume they do. Back to the center. Just get out of here. I'm assuming the main prize was that Highlander anyways, which isn't that good. These dungeons seem to be pretty shitty. Just like popped in place to give you access to like a semi-decent sword, and that's it. Every single one so far has just had like a sword laying on the ground of some kind. Put your swords away. Prison, I think. God damn, the camera in houses just absolutely sucks. Thank God at least they made it so that your partners don't come with you inside of a house, because that would suck. Houses are small enough as it is. It's the jail. Seems like he's waiting for somebody.
Oh yes, what can I do for you?
Upper blue belt. Generic. One of the few places that looks smaller on the inside than on the outside. Yep. They did such a good job with Postal 3. I mean, it's not the worst game in the world, but it's definitely got some bugs.
The path of piracy.
Some that are kind of game-breaking, like, some in a good way, like being able to hire your officers at negative cost. Which you could just like keep boosting the cost. You can get unlimited money if you wanted, and some negative ways, like your ship just disappearing for no apparent reason. I don't know what this even does. Okay, maybe this just improves my reputation, maybe? This might be a good way of raising reputation by giving money. Church. Let's try giving a whole bunch of money.
Leads only to damnation, my son.
Little rascal after $5,000.
Leads only to damnation, my son.
$10,000 just didn't do anything, so. Oh, we're neutral now, so it does raise your reputation.
Leads only to damnation, my son. Peace be with you, my son.
We're a bloke now. Reputation has increased the bloke. Your decision, son. Everything to change.
The path of piracy leads only to damnation, my son.
Oh.
Peace be with you, my son. The path of piracy leads only to damnation, my son.
Matey. Yeah, there's a karma system. Alright, so at least with Matey you can help the church. Also, I'm very much outside the church, Father. Please tell me what troubles you, and perhaps I can help. Alright, I sense I can entrust you, but let me hear you swear that no one will learn of our conversation. Rumors has reached me that one of my brothers in faith has forgotten the vows that the Lord and is mired in sin. Fortunately, I can't leave my flock to check on these rumors myself, and I will arouse suspicion if I send someone else from our brotherhood. Besides, only I alone can challenge him to such a conversation. Looks like, and look into his soul and see if he's telling the truth. You asked me to gather evidence against one of your fellow priests? No, not at all. Simply want to know whether he is guilty of the sins he is accused of. If he's innocent, then I want to know who has blackened his reputation. Goes the church in Greenford. His name is Father Gerald. Should be easy enough to find him once you get there. Alright, so we're now a matey. Costs us a lot of fucking money, though. Needs all the boarding the ships that I mean, I was fighting pirates. Pirates were boarding me, and I was getting the ships. Maybe stealing from houses and that ruins my reputation? I don't know. Hard to tell. Greenford, eh? What we're doing for the main quest right now. I gotta find this guy on a pirate island. I'm gonna bring this chest back. Oops, no. You need to do that. Oh, I almost fell in the water. Right. Actually, Redmond, yeah. Oh no, sorry. Green Hill's on the other town. On the other, Oxbay. Alright, let's go to the Green Fort port. I don't know why the Green Fort port and the Green Fort port aren't right next to each other. It's weird. Can't go to the church, it's probably too late in the evening.
Hey, Governor. Come and have a wee bit of the old Tom Thumb, eh?
Oh, nice, excellent morale. I'll take that.
No pray, no pay. Right, matey?
Alright, where's the church? Doesn't look like a church. Prison. Okay, it's locked, so it's probably nighttime now. Gotta wait till daytime.
Hey, Governor. Come and have a wee bit of the old Tom Thumb, eh?
Got the camera. Hate the camera in this game. I'm trying to think if there was even a church in this place. Oh, there it is. Tiny church. Okay.
Change your evil ways before it's too late.
Let's ask some questions about the priest named Father Gerald. Ah, you must be the Inquisitor. My request, I finally produced results. Let's review a few details. As I understand it, you claim the priest leads a life of gluttony and depravity. Yes, and don't you make such an accusation lightly. I have proof. What kind of proof? In my possession, love letters he wrote to a certain young lady. Shocking. May I bore them? Of course, here they are. Oh, pardon me, but I have to ask, how did you get them? The young lady gave them to me in hope that I would help her put an end to the father's unwanted attentions. I see. I'll have to speak with her, of course, to confirm the truth of your accusations. Can you tell me her name and where I can find her? Certainly. Her name is Nadine Jensen. She works in the tavern. Right.
Change your evil ways before it's too late.
The rumors smearing your name are true. Rumors are rumors. Yes, you're pleading innocent. Unfortunately, I have letters say you're guilty. I've never seen these before. You're in handwriting, Father. They show the full picture of your degradation. I still don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about love letters you wrote to a certain young lady. Maybe I should have gone and see the lady first. I swear to you, I wrote no such letters, but dear God, who will believe me when they see these? You're either a very good actor, Father, or you really didn't write these letters. I'm glad it's not up to me to make up the decision. Don't despair, Father. I can now see you're telling the truth. There's still hope. Hope? My reputation is destroyed. You know, I could simply lose these letters. No, I won't bribe you with the church's gold. Please, just leave. Let's, reload there. I love how the dude was, like, talking to us literally, like, beside the father. It's like, hey, yeah, the dude who's standing, like, 2 feet away from me, yeah, I've got these letters, the young lady wrote these love letters. Just don't tell him about this. Just make sure I didn't say anything to you about this.
Change your evil ways before it's too late.
To the tavern. Can I help you, sir? Ah, it's you, Nadine Jensen. Yes, what can I do for you? I wanted to talk to you about Father Gerald, the local priest. Some priest. He won't stop making advances. Can you imagine? I complain to everyone, but no one believes me. He even wrote me love letters, if you please. Are these letters? Yes, they are. He must have gotten them from Gilbert Ballister. So are you here because of his complaint? How you know he lodged a complaint? Well, he told me about it when I brought him these letters. Alright, thank you for your time. I'll let you get back to work. Definitely seems suspicious as hell, but... It's like everybody's trying to frame him. Where's the church? There it is.
Change your evil ways before it's too late.
Let this be upon your conscience, Captain.
You're either a very good actor, Father, or you really didn't write these letters. I'm glad it's not up to me to make a decision. I find him very convincing. I think that something is wrong here.
Change your evil ways before it's too late.
Let me go back and see the lady, maybe.
My word, what a distinguished young man.
Where's the tavern again? Let's travel. Way easier.
Reload.
Don't seem like there's anything else I can do here. God damn it, guys, get out of my way! Fucking hell, why is the NPC such garbage in this game?
Hey, Governor. Come and have a wee bit of the old Tom Thumb, eh?
You know, it looks like you were wrong about the priest. Okay, I guess I gotta talk to this guy. You are wrong. That person is innocent, and all those rumors are unfounded. How do these letters appear, then? I think they're fake. I saw the priest's assistant recently talking with a Dutchman named Yadem Kine. Everyone knows that besides many other dubious things that fellow can do, he can also fake documents and handwriting. Yadem Kine.
Hey, Governor. Come and have a wee bit of the old Tom Thumb, eh?
Sure, still sure, so I guess I gotta talk to him before talking to the woman. Finn's letters were written by another person named Kine. He is Dutch, lives here on this island. He can forge anyone's handwriting. According to the tavern keeper, he saw Kine and the priest assistant together several days ago. Okay, so now I've gotta find Yadem Kine. It said I am Kine. He lives here on the island means he could be in Oxbay as well. We go back in, maybe he's in the tavern.
You are too stupid to be Dutch, idiot.
Idiot. No boatswain, we need a boatswain. Oh, only if I can get one for really cheap. Yeah, minus 200 gold is a good deal. Let's get 5 melee combat, 6 grappling. Good enough. Level 5, which is unfortunate. He's got a lot of good abilities, though. Really need to give these guys a gun. They actually use it. Maybe they need gunsmen to even, like, use the gun. buy one of these. Love letters. Oh, new guns. Grape shot pistol. 70-90 reload time, 20 seconds, accuracy 20%. Genuine hand cannon. Formidable stopping power, but it lacks range and accuracy. Ain't cheap. 5,000 bucks. Man, I could have saved my money there and not bought that. I would just pick that one up for myself. 30, 45. Yeah, the reload time is waste, but then it's not often I'm shooting more than once. If I shoot once, the guys come up to me, and then... Guess I'll buy one.
I have everything you need.
It's a very slow loading time. Alright, where's Mr. Dutchman? He's one of those houses that has like a name oftentimes. These guys know?
The last pirate I met got fitted for a wooden leg, if
Join the army.
meaning. The last pirate I met got fitted for a wooden leg, if you get me meaning.
Nilo.
On Filbert. Jeffrey Bamfield? No.
Nilo.
Get a flight. This one has less guns, but can have bigger guns. Other than that, very similar. A little faster. And a little tougher hull.
Nilo.
We'll make sure this thing didn't disappear on me again.
Nilo.
Oh, I wanted to switch over to the Culverines. The fact that you mentioned island, who's here on the island, makes me think I have to go to the Oxbay.
Could you spare a moment, kind sir?
That is just walking around. Maybe he's in the jail? Would that be a thing? This guy looks unique. Oh, unique. He looks like the same as our dude, but
Could you spare a moment?
Newman, no. Yeah, I'm thinking going to the other town's tavern is more likely gonna find somebody for me. I'm really wondering if maybe stealing from the houses was lowering my reputation. I'll keep an eye and see if my reputation ever drops from matey. After like taking anything from my house. I'm sure capturing those pirate. I mean, I was capturing pirate ships. I think that wouldn't exactly like hurt my reputation. I'm sure if I actively like attack other countries' ships, maybe, but there he is. Please leave. I have work to do, but I need to speak with you. Really? Well, speak up. I want to know what you and the priest assistant were talking about. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. To be blunt here, I believe you falsified several letters, and I want to know if it's true or not. What evidence do you have? Opinions are not facts. All those rumors about my past don't give you the right to accuse me now. So you tell me what you want to know in polite conversation or at the tip of my sword. You better tell me everything, or else. Should I threaten them? Hey, Sev, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Guess I can make it worth your while. Want to offer me money? Yes, if you'll tell me whether it was you who wrote those letters or not. As soon as I know the truth, then I'll leave and you won't have any further problems. I can tell you the truth for free. No, I didn't falsify those letters. I had nothing to do with them. Now leave me alone. Nothing to do with those letters. Alright, let's go back to the tavern keeper dude.
I have everything you need.
That's never a fun day. Wake up and the sun's going down. It's like, damn it. Who needs sunlight? You're not a plant, you're fine.
Hey, Governor. Come and have a wee bit of the old Tom Thumb, eh?
Richmond refused to talk to me. Maybe you've managed to learn something from your servants? As the woman confessed that no one has ever written such letters to her. She told all those lies by the order of the priest's assistant. Fine, this means I can return to Redmond. Wake up, take your morning meds. 10 minutes later, take your evening meds. Morning meds don't keep you up 36 hours? Yeah, no kidding. Oh. Yeah, we needed a canyoneer, right? Yeah. He's only paying us $1,000 to hire him? No thanks. Make sure he pays me 10,000 gold so I can hire him.
Your career as a scoundrel has ended.
This is what's hurting my reputation. I'm making them pay to join my party. This is so broken.
You'll never leave here alive.
You've got to look at it, lady. You'll say. Best be wrong.
Minus 10,000 gold? Alright. I'll hire you for minus 10,000 gold. Alright. Accuracy in cannons. That's good. Level 6 though kinda sucks. Yep. I mean, the game's broken in other ways. At least this is a positive broken thing. Good way of making unlimited money. I mean, if I really wanted to, I can grind enough to buy a battleship, but that would probably take freaking forever. Well, it wouldn't take that long, I guess. Like, how long did it take me to get 10,000 there? Like, 2-3 minutes? Just gotta do that 20 times over. Technically, it's a negative thing. That is true. Very negative. I wonder how low you can get it before it breaks the game completely. Like, until, like, it goes below 0 and... Depends how big of a integer they use. And considering you can have, you know, fairly large quantity of positive gold, it's got to be at least a 32-bit integer. Oh, I'm sure. I've already had one of my ships disappear on me. Like I go to a this ship here. Like I went to a shipyard. I leave the shipyard and suddenly my ship's gone. Like what the fuck? it just disappears. So it's definitely a negative one. So you have to be extremely careful because this game can really screw you over. Let's go back to the church before we leave.
Change your evil ways before it's too late.
Let this be upon your conscience, Captain.
Not technically. So what happens is, as part of the story, you get a corvette, like a pretty strong ship, which you're supposed to bring to another island. So before I brought it to the island, I figured, like, hey, I'll go out on the town and capture some ships with it. I captured a bunch of ships using that corvette, and that was one of the ships I had captured. So I got the ship legitimately, like I captured it normally, just something happened and the game just like, nope, you don't have this anymore. It just went poof. But maybe the game expects you, like, at that point in the story, I guess the game expects you just to make a beeline for Redmond with that Corvette and not do anything else. And maybe there is some weird bug that kind of happened. Because once we brought the Corvette to the other town, and then it gave us our original ship back, so maybe by removing the Corvette, maybe what happens is it put our ship in its position, remove the Corvette, and kind of shuffle our ship to the correct position, like some weird thing like that. And the position that it kind of originally put that our old ship was in that spot. So some weird thing, anyways. That's what I'm thinking. Frame rate, I know, right? The Xbox, look at the amazing Xbox frame rate. So fast. Alright, so let's see, what do we want here for this team? So right now we don't really have a good, we need a good canyoneer for this ship here. So there we go. It's got decent canyon, decent sailing, not really good defense, but yeah. Probably. As far as I can tell, this is one of those Xbox games that can't be played on any other Xbox models. Like, this cannot be played on the Xbox 360 or obviously any of the later ones. So this one's stuck on the original Xbox and that's it. Right. Oh, I want to go to Oxbay. No, definitely wasn't. I think you have to remember too, it's a licensed game, so licensed games, if this game came out when digital releases were a thing, most likely it would have been delisted by now, because it's a licensed game, right? Licensed games always get delisted when the license expires. So, this game would have been gone either way. And that's the reason why it was never ported or never made compatible with the other Xboxes, because it's a licensed game. So, but it is available on PC, so you know there are still ways of playing it. Not that you'd ever want to play this piece of trash. It's not Bethesda though. Bethesda published it, but they didn't make it. It's made by the developers of Postal 3. So, not exactly a high quality, doesn't have a high pedigree, you know what I mean? Oh. Let me in. Yep, Sea Dogs 2 with a different title screen. That's the only thing that even ties us to the Pirates of the Caribbean is the title screen. That is it. And there's a Keira Knightley like voiceover in the cutscene, in the intro cutscene. That is it.
Harry, Governor. Come and have a wee bit of the old Tom Thumb, eh?
Team here was searching for the right company to travel with. Ship 24. No. Not worth it.
Know the secret to a good spot of grog? A pinch of gunpowder. Ah.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, you have to remember, Pirates of the Caribbean isn't just the movies. The movies are based on the ride, on the Disney attraction. I mean, this is basically as much based on the Disney attraction as Pirates of the Caribbean movies are based on the attraction. There's nothing, as far as I could tell, in this game that remotely ties it to the movies. So, if anything, it's using the attraction as its base, not the movies, aka nothing at all. There's Pirates of the Caribbean, that's it. In Russia, this is literally named Sea Dogs 2. Yeah, I believe it. They probably originally released it in Russia, and then Disney's like, "Hey, we need a Pirates theme game to help sell the movie or something like that." It's like, "Oh, we got this game here." I was like, "All right, change the title screen. We're good to go." I mean, it's not like the absolute worst thing in the world. Like, it's playable. It's definitely buggy, but you know, it's got some impressive stuff. Graphically, it's okay, and on the water, the graphics look great on the water. So no complaints there. But it's definitely not, you know. When people see Bethesda on there, like, "Oh man, it's a Bethesda RPG." It's like, no, it's definitely not. Yeah, I mean, it's not optimized for the Xbox, but is that a surprise? Yeah, there's nothing in the manual at all. Like, if you didn't see the title and you read through the manual and the box and that, you would have no idea this is based on Pirates of the Caribbean. Well, based. It is tied to Pirates of the Caribbean.
My dear Captain, do take better care of your
Just
vessel.
want to talk. Well, that chest you asked me to take to Redmond. Yes, have you delivered it? I'm afraid not. Something got in the way, or something. Something? Two men that couldn't be killed with a blade. Good lord, then it's true. What's true? Is there something you'd like to tell me? Oh no, it's nothing. It's a pity that you were attacked. Split or spill blood. Make your choice. Wait, I'll tell you what I know. There's a story about a horrible pirate. He ransacked and sank ships and knows no mercy. And one day he did something so terrible that God abandoned him forever. His pirate became something unspeakable. The Walking Dead. They say he and his crew are still hunting loot ships. But now no one can hope to resist them, because they can't be killed. They said that he's searching for something. Ancient coins or treasure lost here in the archipelago. It's madness. Is it? You saw those dark powers with your own eyes. I sent that chest to my old foe, Charles, and believe that it contained the treasure they sought. I hope that they find him and kill him eventually. You have to believe me. I never thought they'd catch you first. Where'd you get that chest? Man sold it to me. He asked very little in return, promised I could rid myself of my old rival simply by sending it to him. Where can I find this man? He lives in Falaise de Flower, near the port. He's the one you want to talk to. He knows much more about that chest than I do. Right.
My good man, we fix ships here, not dinghies.
Dinghies. Got pinnace.
My dear Captain, do take better care of your vessel.
In the chat side, I think I'm just gonna go dark side. Gotta go dark side. Oh, I'll be playing the. I should update that. I'll be playing the PS4 version. This guy wouldn't complete. I'll update the list to replace it with that one. Basically the same game, so. Gee. Gotta go to the pirate thing. I need to go to the. It's Redmond, right? Gotta go to Redmond. Yeah, RPG Quest. I'm basically playing all the console RPGs. Anything that was released officially in English, so no fan translations. I'm playing them in mostly chronological order. The exception is every 5 games, I play a game that chat chooses. I choose 5 games at random, you guys get to vote which one gets played. Like the next game is an example of that, it's a PS5 game. So at this point I've basically gone through the entire SNES, NES, PS1 library is completed. We're basically in the 6th generation now. Well, welcome to the stream. There's definitely been a lot of jank. Overall, the games have been pretty good, but then you have games like this, which is just like, ugh. This game is a thing. It's a thing that exists. RPGs are the best. Actually, KOTOR is coming up very soon in 3 games. But KOTOR is just about to come up. Fable, not yet. So far for the for the Xbox, I played Metal Dungeon. I played Morrowind. I played. I guess only 2. Is that the only 2 Xbox games I played so far, other than this one? I think so. Beyond Good of Evil? No, I don't consider that one an RPG. That one's more of a action-adventure game. Yeah, I can use the exclamation search command. I can bring up some games if you're curious, or exclamation list will give you a direct list. Alright, let's go to... No, not more. Try again. "50 games away." Yeah, RPGs, like, you can stand them if someone else plays them. Yeah, there you go. Someone else can have the pain. Oh, storm somewhere. Where's the storm? Ah, run away. Storm. Okay. We need to go to Redmond. Oh, jeez. We need to go to Falaise de Fla. We need to go to... Pirate thing. This pirate wants to nom me here. The only thing that makes this better is if the the clouds actually moved. But I mean, graphically the game looks pretty damn good, especially on the sea. You definitely got the water graphics done well in this game. Alright, Redmond Port. More. $360. Yeah, like the reflections on the water look really good. Poor bot. They got this, like, obviously it's not perfect. Like, the moon's behind that mountain, but it still has a reflection. But I mean, considering, like, things almost looks like it's like obviously a fake, like, cube map ray tracing thing going on, but it looks pretty damn good. So we gotta go to the tavern. Let's rest of the tavern.
Drink up, laddie.
Yeah, Fable's really far away. I think the like is that the re-release one? It was a kind of like almost a director's cut one. So I might have cut the original one, just put that director's cut one. So probably it's later on my list compared to where the original would have come out. All RPGs. So JRPGs, tactical RPGs, action RPGs, Western style RPGs, dungeon crawlers, anything that, any kind of RPG. 2005, yeah, it's still a pretty late release anyway, you look at it. Well, when they officially release it in English, Core, I'll play it. Still waiting for the official English release of that game. Church. The church. Any other place? Play Boost Zero, never. No, it's not an official release. No fan translations. I do count Monster Hunter. I did play Monster Hunter Freedom as one of the fast forwards. So I do count it as an RPG. It's obviously like, yeah, I mean, it could definitely be argued either way, but I figured, I figured I'd play it. Where's the church? Church. Is there no fast travel to the church?
Welcome. What can I help you?
God, yeah. Some of those monsters definitely took a while to beat. This is this town I had to go to, right? Yeah, Church of Redmond. These stories 1 and 2, well, at least they have kind of a plot versus just go out and fight some monsters. Oh, all the Monster Hunter games are basically designed to be played as like co-op, right? You can do some missions solo, but like some of the later missions, you pretty much need to do those co-op. It's 3 credit rolls. 1 credit roll is all I take. If I get the credits, that's it. I'm done the main game. It's one thing I definitely don't do is I don't go for. I'm a completionist by nature, so I try to do as much as I can, but I definitely don't go for true endings because it's just not feasible to do true endings, especially blind. Like I'm playing these games blind, with no spoilers or anything like that. So true endings often require specific actions to do. It's not feasible playing a game blind, so. Where is the church? There's the church. No, I'll be playing Kingdom Hearts 2 at some point. Well, I mean, I still miss a lot of stuff, but it depends on the game. Like this game, I'm definitely not going to be going for a completionist style. Because the game's already buggy enough as it is. It's like, yeah. I'm going to do some of these side quests, but, man. It feels like Morrowind where, I could potentially, like, get to a really buggy state. Feels like already feels like I've been kind of hitting stuff like that. I got like the disk read error at one point. I got that ship that disappeared. Concerning the business you entrust me with, arrangement fine. Father Gerald is innocent of the crimes he's accused of. Do you have proof of that? I do. His letters appear to smear the priest's reputation, but in fact were written by his assistant. What a cruel deception. I'll resolve this immediately. You've done an excellent job at the service of the church. I'm pleased to give you your reward. Please keep visiting me from time to time. I'm sure I'll need your services again. What was my reward? That's the problem. You don't tell you what the hell you get. I get an item of any kind? I get... Maybe I got a bronze cross? I don't know. No mods. I'm playing them all on console, so no mods. Like, I own all these games physically. Well, all the games, like, from here on out for the most part. Previous generations, I was emulation, but from here on out, it's all physical discs and on the original hardware, so... Fixes the game. Yeah, I get to play the broken games, unfortunately. No new quests. Alright. Next, let's go to Falaise de Fleur. Should, stop by the ports every time just to see if there's any, like, any escort missions to do. 369 playlists, nice. Just a few playlists. Go run the Switch. Yeah, I wonder how the Switch version is. It's on there. 1214. Once it comes up with the fast forward, won't be seeing that in time in the foreseeable future. Oh man, salary's getting expensive. I need to raise my. I need to get more leadership there to reduce that cost. Jesus. I'll have to hire one officer to pay for that. Yep, all the Game Boy Color ones are done. All the original Game Boy ones are done. I'm basically in the GBA now. Imagination. That was the one that was like super difficult at like a certain point. It was like a huge difficulty spike, if I remember correctly. That one was rough. You fall off a cliff in terms of difficulty right near the end. Alright, so what are we doing in here? Okay, he lives here. Let's check the tavern first. Of course. Other party games were actually pretty okay. Pokemon, you know, I didn't grow up with Pokemon. Like, I was already an adult when the original Pokemon came out on Game Boy, so I had like zero interest at all in Pokemon. They're okay games, but I have no nostalgia for them. How am I supposed to pay this guy? Let's ask the innkeeper. Some money. Very important business. The guy over there owes you some money. Yes, he actually owes me some gold. 500 gold. I want to pay off his debt. I don't see why, monsieur. He's not a very good man. What's your right? I'll take your advice. I like him crude, but I'm used to that. Your money. You grow up to appreciate Pokemon as an adult? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I tried some Pokemon later in life, but it was like, I just got bored of them. Oh yeah, like for me, when I grew up, like I started with the NES, of course, and then the SNES. But at that point, I was basically just renting games, so I never like really beat RPGs. And I started playing them more with emulation later on. But again, I never really beat too many RPGs because there's just they're long games, right? And then I skipped the PS1 generation completely, with consoles. I went to PC gaming at that point. I went back to console gaming with the PS2, and I've always hated that, you know, there's so many RPGs I wanted to go and beat, so I need to give myself a reason. So RPG Quest became a thing. I gave myself a reason to go and actually beat these games and not just, you know, play them for a little bit and go. I've been doing that for over 6 years now. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, Pokemon I wonder if they'll release like a pre-patched physical version of that game. I haven't picked it up yet. Because knowing Nintendo's knowing Nintendo, they're probably going to like close the Switch store in like 5 years from now. You won't be able to download patches from that game. They've done that so often with all their previous generations, so it's just a matter of time before they close the Switch completely. I figure 5 years after the Switch 2 comes out or whatever. Yeah, that's why I hear. Here it's pretty good. Here it's pretty good, but it needed a few more years in the oven, or not a few more years, a few more months in the oven. But of course, Nintendo needed a Christmas release, right? You don't want to miss that big Christmas season, so they brought it out. They basically did what every game does nowadays and just brought it out too early and patched it post release. The most annoying fucking thing ever. He's probably inside of a house somewhere. Of course I will. Yoink. Nintendo Switch U. Yeah. I think they learned their lesson with the Wii U, that they're not gonna... I don't know if they're going to call it the Switch 2 or if they're going to call it something completely different, but... Because that kind of hurt the Wii U quite a bit. The whole confusion of, like, hey, is this a new system? Is this like an upgrade for the Wii? Like, people didn't know. You get Xbox, yeah. God, yeah. Just makes you wonder what the next Xbox is going to be. Like, you got the Xbox, you got the Xbox 360, you got the Xbox One, not to be confused with the Xbox One. Not to be confused with the first Xbox. I'm like, alright, Xbox Series X. Like, what?
Your ship is, how you say...
And the Xbox One X and the Xbox One S. Just, oh man, Microsoft, what are you doing? Ooh, we can get a Corvette. I just need 12,000 gold. I wanted that Corvette back, it was pretty good. That is tempting. Do I grind 12,000 gold? Mmm. Game retailers having to state the Wii U games are not simply compatible with Wii U consoles? Yeah, I believe it. You still have a sweet ride, yep. Only need 60,000 gold. Problem is, then I need to put some crew in it, I need to change the cannons, etc. It seems like they come preloaded with the cannons, but... Taverne. Let's go to the taverne. Yeah, like Sony's the only one that's kept like a fairly concentric name, at least for their mainline consoles, not counting the handhelds. You You know, PlayStation, the original PlayStation, PS2, PS3, PS4, PS5. I mean, you know what you're getting. You know it's the next generation. Somebody who doesn't know about gaming and sees like these different Xbox things, they would have no idea what the hell which is which. What's the newest one? Something going to Nintendo would like Wii U, Switch, GameCube. Like what's what? Sony just decided to keep it simple. Where's my receipt? Ah, what a fool. Tavern keep. Give me some wine. Wait, you said you didn't have any money. Guess I didn't, did I? Maybe you should be more careful who you trust, eh? Now get out of here. You thief, give me back my money. You dare talk to me like that? I'll talk any way I like. What, you want to teach me some manners? I'm lucky there are guards about it, otherwise I'd have your blade at your throat. You'd be dead for your weapon left this sheath. Gone. Quartermaster? I don't need a quartermaster, but we need money, so... Alright, we need 60,000... We need 60,000 gold to buy that Corsair. $2,000 gold. What the hell? This guy's not giving us... I am, yes. So every time... So this is a really weird one. So when you talk to an NPC, like an officer, you can... They say, okay, my cost to join you is this. It's like, oh no, is this too much? And then they offer, sometimes they'll offer a cheaper price. If you say no, it's like, I think that's too much. Now that becomes their base price. So when you talk to them again, now that's the same price as like, hey, that's the price we offered you last time, so we're going to offer you again. And then you can say, hey, no, that's too much. You just do that over and over and over. And every time it drops more and more until it gets to the negative, and then they start paying you money when they join you. So right now, if I hired this guy, I'd be getting like $5,000 to hire him. Because obviously it's an exploit, but grinding money the regular way seems to be a pain in the ass, so screw this. And the amount the cost drops is based on your commerce. So it's 100 gold per points of commerce from what I've noticed. So I've got 4 commerce, so if I had like 100 or 10 commerce, I'd be dropping them by 1,000 gold a shot. It's obviously a big exploit, but hey. Programmed in the game. Right now, this guy's gonna give me 10,000 gold to join my crew. The only thing this game has to do with Pirates of the Caribbean is the fact that there's pirates and it takes place in the Caribbean. You're not even Pirates of the Caribbean yourself. Like, you're literally just... I mean, I guess you could be Pirates of the Caribbean if you wanted to be pirates, but... I agree. Considering how buggy this game is, I think I'd want to get it done as fast as I can. 17,000. It's like a win-win. You get an officer and he pays you money. $20,000. Yeah, the only way this game is tied to Pirates of the Caribbean is the title screen. That's it. There's nothing else that ties this to Pirates of the Caribbean whatsoever. It has more to do with the ride at Disneyland than it does with the movie. Which is to say, I don't know how the hell they made a movie based on that ride to begin with, but I mean, this game has more in common with Minesweeper than it does with Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Yeah, next one's gonna be a PS5 game. It's one that won the Fast Forward poll. The werewolf simulator. After that is actually a game that I'm going back to, is a game 150, which was the only Atari Jaguar game. That one I need to go back and play because Jaguar emulation is actually at the point where it's playable now. And since I don't own an actual Jaguar, and nor was I going to buy a Jaguar to play that one game. Alright, we're halfway there. 30,000. Yep, KOTOR's coming up soon. Yeah, it'll be on the Xbox. But I'm playing it through a you know, an upscaler and all that stuff, so it looks decent for Xbox. But yeah, it could definitely look better for PC if I played the PC version. Just yeah, that's RPG Quest is basically console only, no PC RPGs. Got enough on my plate with consoles that I don't need to add PC games. No Yavin Station? I guess that's not on the Xbox version. Oh well. So the guy... There's one NPC that sounds like Charles Martinet. Oops. Hired him for 40,000 something gold. Muka Shaka Paka? Probably. I played that on PC way back in the day. I remember like nothing about it, mind you, at this point, but... Okay, so this is the guy we just hired, right? I think, yeah. Got 6. Let's check out his stats. Level 3. Just low enough level where I could maybe like level him up. Oops. What are my other... Got this guy who's like 6 commerce. Like, I don't think we need another... Oh no, this is the guy we just hired. The other guys are on ships. You don't see the other people that are... You can see your captains, but you can't see the non-captain people. What does he have ability-wise here? He's got a lot of good melee abilities, even though he has no melee points. Also gunman abilities. So it might be good to have in the party. Yeah. Okay, we have this commerce dude here. So we have too many commerce dudes. We need to fire one of them. Let's fire this guy. Actually, what's that? Oh, that's repair, right? He's got decent repair. He's got 5 repair. This guy's got 4. He's got more luck. Also got leadership. Got too many. We definitely don't need this many commerce dudes. It's a sword I haven't seen before. 2125. It's actually pretty nice. I wish I could take their swords that they have equipped. Check out the monkey noises. Wonder why. Alright, let's fire this guy. Great, get lost. Alright. Good commerce of 6, good commerce of 6. We definitely don't need more than one commerce guy, so get this guy at oh yeah, it's been years since I played that. And I remember when I played it on PC, of course, I got both the light side and the dark side, because, you know, of course I did. This time I'll probably just go one. I'll probably go dark side just to be different. I usually do a goody two shoes, but left, no. Get fired. Alright. We need a little more gold. Also need some more first mates. Let's throw them on, like, if I can get first mates with good leadership, throw on those ships to reduce the cost of like of the monthly crew costs. Be good to have. Cannoneer. Well, it's a good cannoneer. 2,800. The fact that he's pretty expensive means this guy might actually be good. Zero gold. It's too much. Too rich for my blood. Undertale, yeah, Undertale does have a physical release. So that's one thing with RPG Quest, it's physical releases only. Games that were only officially released in English, not necessarily North America. So it could be a game that was released in Asia in English, but it has to be an official English localization or translation. And as of this point, I'm not including anything that's not anything that's like a limited release, like anything like limited run games or any of those other like dozens of other limited run releases where they have a set number of like 2,000 releases. Those ones I don't count, so it has to be like an unlimited release of some kind. Typically retail release, but there's definitely some that are sold by some of these companies, but they don't have like a specific number. Undertale is one of those that's not sold at retail, but is sold directly from the manufacturer, and there is no limited releases, so that is on my list. Need to get 20,000 before we get this guy. Yeah, Hollow Knight never had a physical release. Plus, that'd be more of a hack and slash action game than a RPG. Like I don't consider Zelda an RPG, except for Zelda 2. It's the only one I consider an RPG. But I do have a bunch of like Metroidvania games on my list. But the ones that are more like, you know, the later Castlevania games more so. Yeah, Souls-likes are definitely on the list. Yeah, Yakuza is definitely an RPG. Yeah, this game is Sea Dogs, yeah. There's no Jack Sparrow in this. Like, Jack Sparrow does not exist in this, as far as I'm aware, unless he's got a cameo somewhere. At least up to this point in the story, there's no tie-in to the actual movies at all. I don't think there was any plan to make this like based on the movie. I think it's more like this is based on the world, but not on the movie. Because it's closer to the Third Age than. It's like Third Age is based on the world of you know, Lord of the Rings and that, but you're not playing as the main characters in Lord of the Rings. You're playing as another group that happens to inhabit that world and is embroiled in that same war, which makes sense. I mean, these worlds have a pretty big, mythos, but this one is even less tied. Like, really, if you strip Pirates of the Caribbean in this and you just call this Sea Dogs 2, nobody would even know the difference. There's nothing. Alright. I don't count MMOs, no. Anything that requires any sort of online connection, I don't include, because by the time I get to them, there's a very good chance... This guy's got really good accuracy in cannons, holy shit. I think we're going to throw this guy into our team, into our ship. So yeah, by the time I get to those, there's a very good chance they won't be playable anymore, because servers will shut down. No abilities, which is unfortunate, but... Like, why don't cannoneers have, like, I don't know, some of these cannon abilities? What level is he? Level 3, which isn't terrible. Alright, how much money do we have now? 132,000. Alright, I can go buy that, Let's go buy that Corvette, $120,000 Corvette. I'm tempted to keep saving up and get the battleship that's 200,000, but man, not that I could. I mean, they don't sell it here yet, but I would never leave the Final Fantasy 14 Gold Saucer. That is true. Alright, what should I replace? This one's got faster speed. This one's got faster turning radius. Both have the same number of guns, same maximum thing. These are basically the same for the most part. No, the price went down. 107. I guess I got a discount because of my, actually. Let's make sure we have, like, somebody with a high commerce on our party before we do this. This guy in my party.
We can fix your vessel in no time, monsieur.
Same thing. I guess it's based on our commerce more so. Boom. Alright, and I guess we're switching to that ship. Oh, there's so many RPGs. So we're gonna have for our team here. We need somebody with... So this guy will be our cannoneer. Good. We don't have really good defense, the only thing. I need somebody with good defense. Get this bosun guy. No repair, but eh. Their defense kind of sucks. It's the only problem with this group, but... Alright, got ourselves a Corvette. Sweet. I'm hoping when I switch ships, like, it kept all the cargo and stuff in the ship itself. Well, Chrono Trigger is actually not that long, as long as you don't try to 100% it and do every quest. Like, I played games that are well over 100 hours. The longest single game, if you don't count the Arc Line Collection, was Dragon Warrior 7, which is 130-something hours. Morrowind was pretty damn close, too. And you have the Arc Line Collection, which is technically 3.5 games in one. That was like 206 hours. Alright, let's go get her Corvette. You stay put. Can't move. I'm going against the wind. How did that guy move so fast when he was going against the wind? Well, there's kind of a story, some story missions, but... Alright, swap ships. Alright, we get the Corvette now. So on this other ship, let's see, so we got somebody with, they got decent cannons, they got decent... They need a sailor. We don't have one on our team right now. This guy's on our team. Cannoneer. I got this guy. This guy, you know what? Better to throw this guy on the other team. This guy will be on our team. He's got really good defense. Go. Okay, the Corvette. Let's load this sucker up with weapons. Give it lots of nipples. Whole lot of bombs. Okay, Corvette came preloaded with crew, it looks like. Hey, where's the other ship? Where's the other ship so far away? What the fuck? I need to upgrade the guns in this thing. It's the same guy. So this thing has, again, we need more sailors, we need more navigators. These guys all have shitty navigators. This one's good, good luck and decent leadership. I need to get some first mates too for the other. So we need navigators. This guy on my team. So my ship currently has 6 defense. Sailing could be a little bit better, but really good for cannons. More. Place in your heart, yeah. Sky 1. It depends how much I'd do for the Sky 1. If I decide to go like really deep into the Sky 1, I can see that one taking a long time too, but I'm not. I'm sure I'm going to concentrate mostly on the story. Because I know that game's a long one. I know if I start getting deep, I'm going to get deep. Alright, so we need to get some navigators. I need to make enough money to switch the cannons and stuff. Like, what can my Corvette have here in terms of cannons? So my Corvette can get, So right now it probably has 12-pound cannons, yeah. Yes, I can get up to 24 pounds, so I can get the strongest stuff. So I can go culverines. I can get 24-pound culverines on this thing. Just absolutely wreck everything. Cost me 32,000 gold. See if we have anything to sell here.
You have gold, we have what you need.
I'm gonna sell on this ship.
Honor our establishment, Captain.
I don't know if any of these ships have goods on them.
Honor our establishment, Captain.
Like some leather on this one. Sell leather. I should load up on planks and sailcloth and stuff. I don't know how much it costs to repair, but 200 of each.
Welcome, good sir. What can I help you with?
You're getting gifted subs to over 10 plus channels? Nice.
Quality and service are yours, monsieur.
I need to throw more emotes in mine. I just haven't found the time to put some together. So busy with work. Alright, so we need navigators and first mates are the two things we need the most right here now. Moves kind of like balls, not that round, and soft, and bounce, and sag after 50. Boat swain. I could use another boat swain. That would help for like combat because they have pretty good combat. Oops, shit. Unless I accidentally, you know, purchase some for money. Says an OG. It's been here forever. Civ's awesome. Yeah, I saved right before, as soon as I got in here. Before I even talked to him. That's why I loaded... Oh, he's... Okay, so it's... It when you reload it actually changes what they are. I actually prefer a navigator anyways, so... That's what I wanted. So we need money to switch to the culverins there. So let's get a good 20,000 more. So it's going to be really expensive to pay my crew. Need some first mates just to set as captains or something on those ships. First Pirates movie? Yeah. I need to rewatch those at some point. Oops. Whatever. Didn't... I paid... Or I didn't pay for them, but still didn't get as much money as I wanted. Sailing... Okay, that's pretty good. Sailing 6, defense 5. It's actually better than this guy, so we can send this guy to another ship. It's gonna have more sailing. I got like 2 more sailing, and I lose 1 defense, but I get 2 sailing, so... What level is he and all that shit? Level 6. That's sucks when they're high level like that. I mean, you're basically never gonna level them up. At least he's got decent attacking stuff, but of course, probably doesn't have any. Yeah, he doesn't have any abilities that will help him in battle, in ship battles. It's way better to get like a level 1 and then just customize them than get a higher level. It seems like whenever they get abilities, it's always melee abilities. You never see these guys come with like abilities that's useful for their profession. Like you never see cannoneers that come with like abilities that increase their cannon damage. You never see, you know, boatswains that come with grapple abilities. It's really, really weird. Master, no thanks. Oh, exactly, yeah. Like, you don't want to be spoiled in the game, but if you see somebody who's playing the game, like, at the beginning of the game, you can generally get a good gist for the game and how the progression is on it. It's something that looks like it'll be fun. Boat swing. That's just better loading here. This seems to be the best way because you're guaranteed to have the officer. He's still here, but what he actually is determined once you actually talk to him. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Twitter and Twitch chat, yeah. It depends on the Twitch chat. Luckily, the chat in this channel is very mature, so... there. Need one more. Yeah, we need 2 navigators, I think, right? One for each of those other ships. Nope. We only need one more navigator. I need a first mate. That's what I need. Generally more mature than... It's Venus pussy cum. Shriksaw.
Good morning. So good to see you. No play. Right,
Navigator, no. More mature than Shriksaw. Compared to the majority of channels, let's just say. Emote only chat. Oh no, now the chat's gonna go nuts. Filthy bear, that's filthy. Come on. 5 years later, I get a... You know, I always get a first mate when I don't need a first mate. Now, I never get a first mate when I'm looking for one. Never wins. Now YouTube's gonna be confused, like, where's there a bunch of emotes all of a sudden? What's going on? Oh, I don't need another navigator. Madrino, how's it going? Long time no see. Happy New Year. Canyoneer. Come on, give me a first mate. The Gentleman of Fortune. That sounds like an adult mod. That is true. Come on.
You'll never leave here alive.
Alright, 2 more tries. Just want to save myself some money, because, man, it's going to get really expensive every month with this, the amount of crew that are on these ships. I mean, I can get unlimited money here, as long as I hire one dude and fire him every month. It's just, you know, don't have to worry about it. Alright, I'll take a first mate or a boatswain. What classes is there? There's, or bosun, or however they pronounce that. There's canyoneer, there's navigator, there's quartermaster, there's boatswain, there's first mate. Is that it? 5? Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's it, right? There we go, first mate, finally. Let's get a little bit of gold. They are not Reg. Just putting spoilers on It's like people were driving around with spoilers in their cars. Like, what the hell do you think those spoilers are going to do for you? They're not doing anything. You're not driving a fucking, like, race car here. Oops. Alright. Good enough. How much money do we have now? 33,000? Oof. I need more, because I need to buy those guns for 32,000, plus I need more to pay for rent for those guys. Okay, he's got 6 leaderships, so that's pretty good. Alright, so we can throw that guy onto the other ship, the other big ship. So that'll reduce the costs of that crew for a good amount. Grab his shit. I really wish I could, like, just put them onto the ships right away. This is such a freaking annoying system. Fast travel to the port. There is gambling, but it's literally just you go up to a dude in the tavern where it's like, hey, you want to play some dice, and then he rolls a die. He rolls some dice. You roll some dice. If yours is higher than him, you win. Apparently, it's based on luck. So if you get your luck skill up, I guess you'll do better, according to the manual. But it doesn't seem like it's worth. Like other than doing the exploit I've been doing, probably the most reliable way of making money, at least early on, would be just trying to capture ships. If you can successfully capture a ship, first of all, you pick up a bunch of stuff on the ship itself, and then you get the ship, which you can then sell and make some money that way, if you didn't want to keep it, right? That's 100 gold. And then there's a certain point where they just say, okay, well, I'm done. That's it. Oops. Orders. Eve. Need to trade with you. Get back here. Alright, so this guy... What's he got right now? Oops. Okay, so this guy is he's a bosun or whatever. So let's swap him out for... So we're keeping him on... Oh, who are we keeping on our team? Okay, let's put this guy first. First mate, leadership. And then we need to give somebody with decent... So we're keeping this guy on our team. No, this guy's on this team. This guy's on our team. On our ship. We need a good cannoneer. This is my cannoneer. Give him this guy, maybe. This guy. This guy's better, I guess, overall. Okay, and... I mean, I guess that's all they really need. Like, I don't need, just throw this guy in here just to give him better accuracy, but... I'll throw this guy in there to give him better sailing. I'd say this would be a 3 out of 5. It's got some interesting stuff. I mean, it's not absolutely terrible in any way. It's just definitely played better. All right. So we have, what's our current stats on this? Okay, we need a sailor dude. Alright, so we got good sailing, got good defense, got really good canyon stats. We got a got this guy. Good. Alright, so now what am I doing quest-wise? Okay, we gotta find this this guy here. Alright, so we got ourselves a badass Corvette now, a real one, not a temporary one. Still need some money, but well, I had one before as part of the story. They gave us one temporarily, and it was pretty badass, so that's how I captured those other ships. I used the Corvette. It's not exactly like a battleship. Battleship would be like 200,000 gold if I had saved up for that, but one thing I need to do is upgrade the guns. Because right now they've only got 12-pound guns. If I put the 24-pound culverins in there, we have like really high range and like massive damage. Cost me 32,000 though, so I need a little bit more money because I've got 33,000. But if I need to pay my my guys, I don't know when that's due. It's going to cost me a little too much there, so I need to get a little more cash. Alright, so we're looking for a guy, so let's go look in these houses. Yeah, it's not a fast ship. That's the downside. It's going to be pretty slow. Yes, the one where Princess Leia is captured in
I have everything you need.
Corellian Corvette.
Pardon moi, Capitaine.
I love they have male voices when they speak. Yeah, pretty much. It's basically known as a ship that usually has like a bunch of guns and... It goes pew-pew. Big pew-pew gun. Yep.
Aye, Governor.
Oh, there you go. See, Black Pearl. There you go. There's the tie-in to Pirates of the Caribbean. Good day. I'm told you know a lot about a ship called the Black Pearl. As a matter of fact, I do. I was lucky enough to serve on that fine ship. That was many years ago. It didn't end well. In fact, something happened during my time on the Black Pearl that drove me from the sea into the quiet life I live today. What happened? Well, the Black Pearl was always a pirate ship. I won't deny that. Once upon a time, our crew had great luck. Our hold was always full of loot. So much gold, we spent it without a second thought. Among all those gold coins were some of the biggest and most beautiful you ever hoped to see. Of course we spent them, too, scarcely looking twice at them. Today I think There was a lot of blood in that gold, and a genuine curse. Oh yeah, exactly. All the way into, like, science fiction. One by one, it turned us against each other. Soon there was duels and murder. The best of us were killed, and I and several others were left on the island to die. Somehow we survived, but others are condemned by this curse. They became the walking dead. You may as well laugh, lad, but it's true. By day they look like men, but the moonlight reveals their true nature. Living skeletons they are. Neither bullet nor blade can kill them. They may pray for death, but it's likely they do. I think it's likely they do, but their sins and their curse won't let them leave this world. You're fortunate to still be breathing. This guy's saying, the only way for these devils to rest in peace is to get those cursed coins back. That's not impossible now. The coins will be spread throughout the archipelago. Nothing will stop these skeleton pirates from trying. If they acquire any of this gold yourself, they'll be bound. They will hound you until you lay their bony hands on it. It's an incredible tale. It's all true. I've seen hell, I tell you, and since I've never once drawn a weapon, I've long been done with stealing and robbing. I'm a pious man today. I go to the church regularly. I read my Bible, and I advise you to do the same, lad. It's too soon for me to lead a quiet life. Best of luck to you. I have to find out more about the details about the ship and the way to destroy it. Well, where the hell am I going to find that? Go back to Owen, maybe? Yeah, pretty much. Alright, let's maybe just continue this quest. I'm sure something will happen. Some sort of event will happen at some point. I mean, that seems to be the main quest, probably. It's obviously tied to the main quest. Let's go to... Let's go to that other, pirate island. Yep. Hello, friend. Haven't seen you in a while. How are you? Doing fine. How about a mug? Don't mind if I do. I don't know who this guy is, but...
Aye, Governor?
You know, I'm hearing stories. Somebody's seen a boat with black sails near the island. A ship known as the Black Pearl. I've seen it too. What's so special about it? Black Pearl's a terrible ship. Many of our friends have run afoul of it and wound up dead. They say that its captain's the devil himself. His crew are living skeletons. It's been seen in these parts. That's grave news for Les de Flower. You may be right. What else did they say about it? Well, I've heard there's one ray of hope. It's said that the Black Frigate is nearly invincible, but not quite. There's one thing that even its captain fears, as you and I fear death. Some enchanted artifacts, supposedly found in the savage Incan jungle. They say it makes its owner unstoppable. Who are they? Are they the same... Are the same they who see mermaids out at sea? Jack Sparrow. I'm sure it won't even be Jack. It'll be Jack Squat. Some of them, yes, but many sober and trustworthy people have come to believe these tales as well. More and more men are out looking for that artifact. Very entertaining tale, and I thank you for it, but I must be going. Perhaps I'll see you again. Some of them, yes, but many so... Oh, what? Okay. Okay, so that pulls that quest off. So I'm sure we're going to get something about an artifact at some point in the game. Probably when we advance the story more. Thank God for the fast travel. The only thing that's annoying is it puts you at the entrance to the port, so you still have to walk over your ship, but otherwise, definitely saves you a lot of walking when you want to go into Port Town. God, it's a beautiful ship. It's all mine. I paid with my cold hard cash that I exploited from the game. Oh yeah, we need to buy that. I want to buy those culverins, which means we need to hire hire one more officer and then fire him promptly. Who's my party right now? Salvador Tritt. Okay, so got these 3 guys. All right. You get a good. Let's try to get 20,000. Oops. Or not. Unless we didn't spend money there. It's clicking too fast. Unless this guy's an amazing canyoneer or something. Why is this guy blank? He's not even neutral. He's not a bloke, he's not a matey, he's just nothing. It's really weird. Yeah, this guy sucks. Is this the guy? Must be the guy. Wait, he looks nothing like his photo. Is this our canyoneer? The one we just hired? It must be. Oh, not this guy. This guy's good. Hard Larachois. Get out of my party. This guy's got a fancy hat. First mate. That'd be good. Oh shit, nope. Oh, so much for the first mate. Actually spending money on an officer, what the hell? I got 20,000 spare money. At least I'll be good to go for a little while anyways, a couple months, but having to get some more money. reach 20,000, but close enough. Alright. Is he actually decent as a... he's got some decent leadership. Throw him on that third ship, maybe. Maybe I'll keep him on my ship, actually. If I get close to the month. Once we're boarding ships, we can throw this guy... Sailor Man. Will give us the 6th leadership. Because our ship's going to be pretty expensive for a crew, so... Alright, let's go buy those... oh, guess it's nighttime. To the inn first, and buy those cannons. Ooh, morale heroic. If I fire 75 and then buy 200. There. Where's my morale? It's gonna cost me money, but hey. Excellent. Might as well keep my morale high. For a few bucks. It's kind of funny, you just fire these guys and then you hire them again. Raise their morale. You're all fired, you're all hired, what? Yoink. It does. Especially when you hire them again at... I mean, technically you basically paid money. It's like, hey, you're fired. And then you just hand them some money. Alright, you're hired again. It's like, oh, alright. I'd be happy. Yeah, that's why you want to keep the morale high. You don't want a mutiny. Alright, let's go to the shipyard and get those guns. Culverins.
Your ship, she needs a fixing, no?
Let's get 24-pound culverins. Yeah, most expensive guns. Boom. Big guns on that, buddy. Yeah, mutinies can happen, apparently, according to the game, if your morale gets low. So one of the big things is every month you have to pay your crews their salaries, right? But if obviously you can't afford it, you don't have enough money, then their morale is going to drop, obviously. So if your morale gets too low, then they can mutiny. I don't know if there's like a certain point. Alright, so we got 16,000 bucks left. Full crew complements, which is not going to be cheap once we actually, you know, start paying for their salaries, but... Alright, so let's go see Railroad Reims or whatever. I'm assuming mutiny is just like they take the boat. Maybe that time where my boat was just disappearing. Maybe it was some mutiny that was happening, but they had high enough morale, so I doubt that would have happened. It didn't make sense. There's definitely a bug because it was only happening when I was talking to the the shipyard owner, and like exiting, and all of a sudden my ship is gone for no apparent reason. Yeah, I'm planning to save. Just want to get to this spot here first. All right, took a lot of work, but really overpowered ship now. I kind of want to see it in battle, especially with those culverins, those 24-pound culverins. Those will probably do massive damage, especially the bombs. Stuck. Can't get out. There. You want to try me out? Alright. Alright, Mr. Pirate. Let's try this. Did like massive damage to this guy in like one shot. God, that wind is strong. Wow. 2 salvos and we already took him down like less than halfway. Like these guns are just stupid. Give me some nipples. It's my, this guy. Taking some massive damage though. Give him that grape shot. Boarding time.
How about this, Dave?
Yep. Already lost one of our dudes. Yeah, we lost too many of our officers there. Too bad. I mean, I can go buy more, it's just I don't feel like going to go buy a bunch more officers. was more of a just see if I could have just massacred it too. I mean, 2 salvos there took it down less than 50%, so one more salvo of those bombs shit would have finished it off probably. Yeah, you don't want to go too far when you want to go into your boat, because then you can swim back to the shore very slowly. Apparently, this naval man doesn't know how to swim. Quebradas Costillas. Assuming that's the island they're talking about. There is not. You remember, this is like a... This is not the real world. Even though, you know, there's Dutch and all that stuff. It's all fake places. As far as I'm aware, I don't know. I don't know if any of these places actually existed back in the Caribbean era, but I doubt it. It's just in this archipelago of, like, small islands. So who are we looking for here? Raoul Reims. Alright. No, it just doesn't take place in a real place. It's just some mysterious archipelagos in the Caribbean somewhere. I don't know if any of these islands actually exist for real. This is where he's hanging out. Sure that all these guys came in with me. Usually they don't come in when I go inside of a house. Which means there's probably gonna be a battle of some kind. Well, there's nobody here. I just realized I think I know why my rating was dropping. The NPCs, like all the highwaymen in this game, they're all stationary. So you know that they're going to be highwaymen. If you let them walk up to you, then they talk to you and then they ask you for money. I'm assuming that if you kill them at that point, you're probably not losing rating. But if you if you attack them before that happens, you probably start losing rating. That's probably what's been happening. That's why my rating was down to Rascal. Because I haven't really been doing anything that's particularly bad, other than, I was attacking pirate ships, but, they were attacking me first. And capturing them, of course. Good money in this one. Money, money, money. Loan sharks usually have something you can steal. Something I could have done has been grabbing money from the loan shark, but why do that when I can just grab them from my own officers? Why pay back interest? Although I could have dumped some money on a loan shark and then picked up some interest afterwards. Well, if I do that, I'm going to have to go to a pretty central one. Something like Redmond or something.
I cut off your arm. No?
He's on a different island. So I'm running out of places to find this guy. Mixture. I guess it could be at the tavern. Maybe the tavern keeper knows. Looking for a man named Earl Rames. Makes you think I can help you. I should know innkeeper know where some scoundrel is. I remember he was in port. I figured the local innkeeper would be most likely to know something about that. Believe anything people can say. I don't know anything. Don't bother me again. Alright, I guess I'll ask someone else. Right. Maybe this guy keeps saying swine, or I keep saying swine too? No. This guy's just gonna play with dice. Okay, these guys really love blocking the stairs. Come now, dear Captain. I know what interests you. What might that be? I know who you're looking for. I can help you. Let's discuss payment first. You think I'm going to give you this information for free? How much do you want? 1,500 gold. That's not worth that much to me. What do you mean? Let me be clear. Do you want to live? No, do you understand me? I don't believe this. You're threatening me? This is the appropriate thing to do. Now give me your money now and tell me everything you know. Ah, you filthy swine. I'll make you lick my boots clean. You think that's going too far? I didn't mean to actually fucking help. Didn't mean to kill him. But you could tell me what location where Reims is dead, and I guess I don't have any other choice but to sail to every island to find him. Doubt that Reims would sail to any English colony because it's too dangerous for him. How about I reload? Ugh. Should have saved while I was here. Yeah, I just kind of threw it together real quick. It's close enough. Who needs grammar? Oh crap, storm. Okay, just dodge that. That would have been costly. It's a good way to get XP though, but it ain't cheap. Pirate. Well, I didn't think it would end up with me killing it. I didn't have a choice though. Once I locked into, hey, don't you think that's too much? The game just auto chose the options of hey, we're gonna kill you now. Like what? I didn't agree to this. I thought maybe I could haggle him down or something. You know what I mean? We're not a pirate though. We're a privateer. So we're just not really mercenary. I mean we're not affiliated with anything, but we're definitely not pirates. We just happen to be in a place where, I guess we're part of the English, we're part of England, but we're not part of the army. We're just an English merchant ship. English mercenary, basically. I think that's a bit too much. Somebody no information. Take your money. traded a few words with the sailor and that fellow's crew. He told me that they were headed to Conseco. Said they had some business with the head of the local smugglers named Camilo Machado. Right, from the smuggler place. Ray. There was no loot in here, was there? Wasn't there? I swear there was a spot when I first came in here, and maybe it's like a one and done kind of spot. I was thinking, I didn't know what we considered. Like we're just a ship. Like we're not a privateer per se. We're not a pirate. We're just what would you even consider? Just like a, we're not technically a merchant, but we're just like a ship for hire, basically. Like we're basically mercenaries. They are really good at blocking my way. Yes, they are. Fucking annoying. Alright. Save. I gotta go to all the way to the opposite side of the map. I think. It's the west side. I'm not sure if it's southwest or northwest, but somewhere west. Pirates are getting close. Can't catch me. I think it's north of Villeneuve. Oh shit. Where'd the pirate come from? It's like just there instantly. %. 4%. Late success was sunk. And it took a lot of damage there though, so kind of sucked. Going to be costly. How do we repair ships, actually? Didn't pick up anything. Didn't go by the, I missed the cargo altogether. Alright, apparently not picking up anything. Whatever. No shit, no. No, fuck. It's a tier 3 ship, actually. Crap. So much for trying to capture it. No more pirates, please. No! Ah, there. Everybody sail away! Alright, see how much this is going to cost me to repair this. Not going to be cheap. Something's going to happen here. They said last time, nothing happened here.
Ah, Captain, I do not see you there. Captain.
God, this cameraman. Where's the shipyard? I think the shipyard would be next to the port. Let's go to the church. Repair a ship at the church.
Ah, Captain. I did not see you there.
Nothing special here. Unless it was in the port itself, but usually they're inside the town, but near the port. Nope, it's not even close to the port. This is like as far from the port as possible. Makes no sense to have a shipyard over here. Shipyard should have been where the tavern was, or the store. do I want to see the price? Oh man, fucking 18,000 to repair that. It is not cheap to fight with that ship. Nope, I guess we're going to go grind some more money at the tavern. Can you spare me a moment? I've got a job that calls for a man of your unique abilities and reputation. We had a pretty good reputation. I'm listening. Oh, it's easy enough. You got the stomach for it, and I suspect you do. Don't speak in code, man. Tell me whose head you want and how much you'll pay. Oh, I get it now. An easy job. I don't mind blood money. Sorry, it's not my line of work. So long. Figure a head is worth 1,500 gold to me. Press on the shoulders Mateus Santos of Villamuela. House is next to the shipyard, just to the right. No. Yeah, I know, right? We're taking a dowry every time we hire somebody.
No pay, no pay. Right, matey?
Hey, an officer. There we go. We'd have a way of getting a decent amount of income, because a couple of pirates is all it takes to really cost us a lot of cash with that new ship. Nice ship, but man... Like, I'll basically have to capture every time I fight a pirate, I'm gonna have to capture him. I mean, there's no choice. And just sell the ship. Capture, take all the ammo, and sell the ship. I don't know how much it's going to cost per month there for this crew, because I got a pretty decent sized crew to pay for now, too. I got 21,000. I'll pay for the repairs and not much else. Okay, it's got 8 cannons. Accuracy kind of sucks though. Well, the ships determine the cannons, the amount of cannons you have. The power of the cannons you have. Like the Corvette we have right now can have the biggest guns, so they could do some massive damage. I got like 30... Got how many guns? Like 20 something or 30 something guns. It's a very powerful ship in terms of damage output. But it's relatively slow. Damages the enemy ship. There's different types of ammo. Bombs do the most damage. Cannons have the best range. The grape shot is good for taking out the crew of the enemy ship, which is great if you're going to board it. The less crew they have, the less people you have to fight when you're boarding the ship. And the nipples will damage the sails, which is really good if they're faster than you are. So you can like cripple them so they can't flee or whatever. Grape shot is like super close range, but so it's good to switch to when you're about to board them. If you just want to sink the ship, then you just go for bombs. Bombs will do like massive damage. Nipples will get hard and wreck everything. Yep. Nipples will twist around your mast and snap it in half. Fire, get lost. Nipples. 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 Oh. Game crashed. What the hell, game? What was my last... I was gonna show the nipples, but the game's like... The game censored itself. This game is getting really good. When was my last save? Yeah, Twitch TOS. Like, look, I'm gonna show you nipples. White screen. What? You missed nipples. You guys are spelling nipples wrong. Nipples is spelled like knife. I think it's before I sailed to the ship. I'll show you the nipples, as long as the game doesn't crash again. The nipples. These are nipples. Nipples. Oops. Nipples. Cast iron pigs connected with a thick iron chain. Used to destroy enemy ship sails and masts. Nipples. Does a body good. You want to twist those nipples around the masts. And that'll snap the mast in half. You know, nipples. I'm still disappointed. Well, they have the chain, right? So it's basically like a cannonball that the halves split in half, and there's a chain in between. If those things hit a mast, that's going to absolutely just destroy that mast. And of course, rip through the sails and everything. Really good to tear those sails apart. Exactly, it's a funny dumbbell. I'm gonna save this time so I don't crash. Luckily, we didn't have those fights on the way here, so I'm gonna save that $20,000 that I would have spent repairing my ship. Definitely have to take more jobs though. You need to stop by every shipyard and tavern, make sure there's no like escort jobs or whatever. Especially if I'm traveling from corner to corner of the world there, I might as well do that. Make a few bucks on the way. I guess I can grab some cargo too. Alright, so where did I come here? Oh yeah, I have to go to the smuggler town.
Come vai, my dear captain? Hola, captain. Come, have a drink.
Nobody. I need to go to the smuggler town. Should have stayed closer to the, whatever port would have gotten me close to that town. Anything's gotta be closer than the other town. Surprised nobody's attacking us. Alright. So we're looking for his face. Taverns. Something to pick up there. Oh, healing potion. Guys have anything new to sell? Or to buy? Sell this pistol. Get Tagon.
Come, sir.
How much money do we have now for selling all that? 25,000. Barely afford to repair my Corvette if I need to. It's a good place to look for this guy. Fucking business. Nothing important? Ream's house and Smuggler's Lair. Well, found his house. Get out. Shadow gives strict orders for everyone out here. A secret door? Strange. How do we get in there is the big question. You have to go there at night. Armanzar.
Aye, laddie, you've got me here.
Nobody wants to speak to us, so it's going to be hard. What's this to do here? Is literally his house right there. Maybe you have to wait until nighttime. Okay, he plans to meet with the leader. The leader didn't speak to us at all. Let's wait till nighttime and see if anything happens. Because our reputation is too good. Like a goody two-shoes walking in Smuggler Lair over here. The fact that you can say you want to stay till sundown is promising. Fine, I didn't want to talk to you anyways. Who's up your head? That guy. Alright. Hmm. Unless we have to attack these guys. There's clearly a secret door here or something. Not that we can do anything with it. We could, like, bomb this place with our ship. Bet it's landlocked. It's closed during the night. Okay, let's just see what happens when we attack these guys. Nope, still locked. That doesn't do anything. Maybe we gotta go back to the other town. Maybe we gotta speak to somebody there, which somehow advances the quest. I don't remember if I tried to talk to... No, I did try to talk to the barkeeper over there. He didn't mention anything. You can do less at night than you can do during the day, so... Maybe I didn't try talking to her.
Always a pleasure, Captain.
No.
All right, Captain. Go, have a drink. Have a problem?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything we do in this town. Oh, back to the old town, I guess. Hopefully I don't have to go back to the governor and say, hey, yeah, we know that he's in this town. Kinda stupid. Well, maybe not necessarily. What was the original quest? Was it just to find his location? Find... I mean... We know where he is. Or we know where he's supposed to be going, but... No guarantee he's there, right? We can't just go to the governor and, hey, yeah, I heard from the news in the grapevine is that he's going over here. But since he might still be on the way, he might be on one of the beaches too. Let's go take a look at the town. If he's not there, I'm gonna go to the beaches and see if he shows up in any of those. Ship to do that though.
How about you, Maeve?
Yet to see any of our NPC dudes use their guns. Skeleton monkeys. Scariest monkeys of all. See if there's anybody in this town. Oops, not the port. Maybe there's somebody at the port. More than likely it's gonna be at the tavern. I remember when we tried to fast travel from the port, they're like, oh, something is important here, won't allow you, kind of thing.
Beg pardon, sir, but I'm on duty.
Yeah, so you can't leave this location now. Something is going to happen here, but nothing has happened here. Unless there's a glitch where something is supposed to happen and it just doesn't. I wouldn't put it past this game where the game is like soft locked like that.
Beg pardon, sir, but I'm on duty.
Where's the Spanish dude have a British accent, by the way?
I'll have no trouble on my watch, little one. Glad you're pressa, Captain. I'm a very busy man. If I find out you're a pirate, you'll never leave this port alive. No prey, no pay. Right, matey?
Always a pleasure, Captain.
There you go. I remember the Marines raid in the city recently. First I heard of that. Perhaps you're mistaken. I know for certain he arrived here several days ago. He was to meet with Camilo Mercado. Quite. Value your life. You won't say that name out loud again. Look. See that man you just left the tavern? Get away. Go now, or you'll bring the sky down on my head. Pull yourself together, man. You're quaking your boots. You don't even know anything useful, do you? Ah, goodbye. Some encounter outside. I talked to the innkeeper. didn't see the option. Maybe he gave me like a generic dialogue. It was the first time I talked to him.
No pray, no pay. Right,
Anyone
baby?
asking for Mikado? Yes, I would like to talk to him. That's so. You should know Camilio ain't an easy one to talk to. Thanks for the tip, but unless you make his appointments, I'll be on my way. Let's say I'm an associate of Mikado. If you want an audience with him, you'll have to talk to me. Oh, my conversation with him is not for your ears. Bring me to your boss or move aside. I can find him myself without your help. I can take you to him, but you'll need to surrender your sword and your gun. I go with my weapons, or I don't go at all, and I'll find Mikado without your help. You want to speak to Camillo or not? Give me your weapons, or we trade blows. I've said all I will say. Take me Mikado, or let me find him myself. Let's go, but I warn you that Camillo won't like this one bit.
Aye, laddie, you've got me here.
Governor's still hard, telling me his right-hand man. What does he want from me, boy? Who says I work for him? I beg your pardon, but do I look like the village idiot? The moment I learned someone was looking for me, I made inquiries. Would you look me in the eye and deny you've been working for him the past several months? Okay, let's say you're right, and the governor sent me. What difference does that make? Would you refuse? Talk to a representative of the governor? Captain, I wonder if you know who you're speaking to. You must trust me when I say that I didn't want to talk to you. You would not be standing here. Fine, I need to know where I can find a gentleman by the name of Rames. I know he's hiding somewhere on this island. Information is very out of date, young man. Raoul did indeed spend a couple days here, virtually never left his house. But he's already set sail again, and he kept his destination secret even from me. Clearly he was worried about something, but I couldn't say what. He has a house here? Where can I find it? Just a moment, boy. You may well be an envoy of the English governor, but it doesn't give you leave to invade another man's home and paw through his belongings, so I make myself very clear. I beg you to make an exception for me, sir. Let's find out where Rames was sailing to, and soon. I can see you won't listen to reason. I can't convince you to stay away from that house. I'll simply order my men to stand watch over it and shoot on sight. I'm sure even you can take a hint from a musket ball. Now go. Alright, so maybe now we can go in. Just waiting for me at tavern entrance, blah blah blah. Some guards by his house. Okay, so now we could probably go into that secret side entrance that I was spotting there. It's already nighttime. No need to rent an inn. And how we're sneaking in through a solid brick wall. I think you'll agree the wait was worth it. I found a logbook. Let's see now. Hang on. Nothing here but where to find him. Wait. I swear I hear a door creak. Someone's coming.
You look good with an eye patch, boy.
Third man tried to get into this house. What are you after? Wait a minute. What are you saying? Dead friend. Remains to be seen. We'll wait for him in a certain place when he is preparing a big expedition. Strange they said I'm the third person. Okay. So hard. I'd give it a 3 out of 5. I mean, it's decent. If it's buggy, it's definitely not perfect in any way. Has nothing to do with Pirates of the Caribbean. But I mean, it's a decent game. Lots of different things you can do, right? I mean, there's obviously the main quest, but you could basically just ignore the main quest and do a whole bunch of other things if you want. There's definitely a few side quests, but not too many. 3 out of 5. Or just, you know, multiply that by 2. Boom. Or 100-point scale multiplied by 20. Easy. Oh, the guy actually used his gun. I'm amazed. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not complete, but it was probably, you know, it's a game that probably could have been a little better had it, you know, probably not been pushed out to try to cash into, you know, I mean, I'm almost dead. Cash into like a, probably, I don't know which movie this was tied to, if any. I'm assuming this was probably close to one of the Pirates of the Caribbean movie releases. Yeah, it's not Robot Warlords, exactly. So it's not perfect. It's definitely got some bugs, some crashes, some like pretty game-breaking issues too, with like ships disappearing on you. But overall, it's quite playable. This was released around the time of the first one. Like, let's be honest, if let's say this was from the ground up was designed as a Pirates of the Caribbean game, then it would have been a lot less involved, right? It'd be a lot more basic than it is. Like, it's obviously a reskin the Sea Dogs 2 game. My last save. Yeah, the music was fine. I mean, it doesn't seem to really match the theme, right? Sometimes you're having like ship battles, and you got like this calm sailing music going on. Doesn't really fit the theme. Yeah, Robot Warlords was just utter trash. You barely had anything redeeming. Didn't save after this part. That's annoying.
No pray, no pay, right? Aye, laddie, you've got me here.
Got the camera. No, there's absolutely nothing tied to the movie at all. Like, it's not even like they don't even use any of the movie music. Like, the only thing tying this in the movie is the title screen. That's it. That is literally it. I think Keira Knightley did some like narration in the intro cinematic, and that's it. Oh god, yeah. If I had to watch those cutscenes, man, that game would have gotten a 0 out of 5.
You
There's stuff here. Last time there was no stuff here. The nipples are scanned from Kira nightly. Kira Knightley's nipples are connected by a chain, and only 7 to 9 were the unskippable animations, yeah. And this one too gives you the ability of just saving anywhere, which you forget is kind of annoying. And you kind of have to save fairly often, considering, you know, there's game breaking, you know, just crash. I've had a few crashes already. Some like soft locks where the game just fucks up because they don't expect you to do something. There's a point where we were escorting a Corvette, where we were controlling a Corvette for the dude, for like the governor, and instead of bringing it right to the place, I decided to use it to capture some ships, because hey, we had a Corvette for free. Problem is, there's like a swap ships option that's grayed out, because of course you can't swap out of that ship. If you mouse over if you go down to that option by accident, it just freezes the game. Like the menu just like the game doesn't expect you to be in that menu with the option grayed out, so it just doesn't know what to do, and it just literally soft locks. It just kind of hard lock technically. So little things like that, and I've had a couple crashes. We had a recent one where it was just a white screen. We had like a bad disk error at one point. Which, I mean, I'm not sure if that was a legitimate bad disk error or just the game, like, it didn't even try to load disk. It was just, like, instant as soon as it tried to load, right? Nipples. It's the nipples. See? Nipples. Cast iron pig nipples connected with the thick chain. I mean, chains usually connect nipples together, right? You can 5 out of 5 because of nipples, yep. No actual nipples, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly. You definitely play games with nudity, as long as basically, yeah, you can't play like a hentai game or something like that. Because of course the whole game's about, you know, sexual themes and stuff, right? But you can play something like Leisure Suit Larry. You play God of War, because God of War games usually have that like sex scene, but as long as you kind of get by it and just move on and don't repeat the sex scene over and over, that kind of stuff. GTA 5 with strip clubs, as long as you don't spend hours in there, exactly. So you can have nudity as long as it's not A, like specifically part of the game, and B, you know, you spend more time than necessary there. If it's just like a nip slip on screen or something like that, like whoop-de-doo, right? You want to speedrun this game glitchless would be impossible. Probably. Speedrunning this game would be a very dangerous thing, I think. Yeah, there's some prohibited games. There is that Criminal Girls game, but I'm assuming that's the original one, not the Vita one. I'm hoping that's the only game that technically that's on my list that is like quote unquote prohibited. Right now I am, well, the only part of the story that actually has to do with that seems to have to do with anything Pirates of the Caribbean related is there's the ran into some pirates that were invulnerable, and there's this whole thing about I can scroll down the quest log. Can I go down? Quest log is broken now. I can't even scroll down lower than this. But there's something about the box of cursed coins. So the apparently pirates that came from the Black Pearl, they're looking for these cursed coins. And that quest ended, but I'm sure it's gonna show up again at some point. But yeah, the main story right now, we're trying to find this Ro Rames dude. That's the main quest line right now. Kirk with the raid. Xena, how's it going? Welcome everybody. Goes it? What are you playing today, Herc? Ultima 2. And Core playing some Ultima 3, you playing some Ultima 2, everybody's playing some Ultima. How is that one? Some jank old games. Roastbusters. Yandere Sim, yeah. I mean, that game definitely has some extreme themes, too. But yeah. I think it was more the idea of that game more so than the actual content in that game. Like any game that's like, if you're playing any sort of like H game on the sort of Aerogay game, you're definitely going to hit the TOS, right? Also grinding and mapping, yep. Because the game is awesome. I used to play Ninja Gaiden and Xbox game back in the day for the nipples. I think a lot of people played some games back in the day for the nipples. This game is missing a lot of nipples, unfortunately. Our party is all a sausage fest. There is that female captain we ran into that one part of the story. Maybe she'll join us at some point. Good old strip solitaire. Is that even a thing? You're a huge entourage. Step 2, don't let you walk through them. Step 3, make the walkways very narrow. Yeah, pretty much. And make it so that if you pull your sword out, you your hitbox like triples in size, so you basically can't go through any of them. Super annoying. It definitely feels like the on-foot segments were a just a footnote in this game. Like they definitely concentrated on the ship battles and stuff. Like you could tell graphically, especially, that the whole ship combat stuff and just $5,000. Ain't cheap. That's with some decent. Do we have the leadership dude equipped? Yeah, that's with my leadership guy, man. That is not cheap. Yeah, it's like the water, like the animations, everything on the water looks great. The ship battles look great. I mean, this part of the game looks really good, but the foot stuff, it's just it feels like they forced it in there. Like this is what they concentrated on. They're like, okay, well, we need to add some more. Let's make these quote unquote dungeons. I mean, dungeons are very basic. You go in there, you fight a couple of skeletons. There's like a sword thing on the ground. It's basically just an excuse to go in there to find a sword. You just download a water share, yeah. But I mean, they did pretty decent. Like the storms and that look really good, and like Like, let me save and then do an actual storm. Like for 6th generation, I mean, the water effects look really good. Yeah, the Vita one I think is probably safe, but we need to find a storm. Whether we're actually looking for a storm, we're not going to find one. That's how it works. Oh, there. Where did it dump me? That was weird. There was a storm right in front of me, and then somehow the game just dumped me into the sea for some reason. Didn't press any buttons. Yeah, lately. Well, the Vita has always been kind of iffy, though. This storm. Things look pretty good. Some roiling waves, you got thunder and lightning. You get experience just for doing nothing. Very expensive experience though, because it's going to cost us so much to get through this storm. Yeah, like Morrowind had amazing water effects and stuff. Gonna reload because storms are extremely expensive. Just keep getting XP. Abel say when his brother when they were caught out in a storm. Hurricane. Boo. Oh, somebody leveled up. Which is good XP. This is probably the quickest way of getting XP in the game, really. Like, ship battles, like, you could do a ship-to-ship battle and get like 1,000 XP. This one here you can get like 5,000 XP going through a storm. It's gonna cost you a massive amount of money to repair your ships. Well, makes sense, I guess. Hopefully experience just keeps rolling in. Out of curiosity, how much is this going to cost to repair? Nope. You can keep it stronger. This Mahjong game when the women wear very revealing bikinis, yeah. Yeah, I guess Nintendo kind of put out the whole, like, no women bearing nipples or something now. Wonderful frame rate.
My good man, we fix ships here, not dinghies.
Definitely 21,000 to repair this one. 5,000 to repair this one. I think it's worth it, really. I mean, I just have to go to the inn and... the amount of XP we gain there. Take the damage. Let's go hire another officer. She's nipples, the weird hill to die on, yep. Leveled up. Let's raise his leadership, I guess. It's gonna be cheaper. Think that your Xbox mod as a Christmas gift? These NES games shit tons of nipples. I can imagine. All the nipples. What am I gonna give this guy? Have I even seen any, like, reefs and shoals doing damage to me or anything like that? I haven't seen anything like this. Alright, so let's give them... Trustworthy lad, yep. What's that? The manual's kind of vague about it. I'm assuming it affects things like, it definitely affects gambling. But I imagine having, like, somebody else on my team with high luck stat isn't going to affect my gambling. But probably it also affects things like crits, imagine. There's probably some other stuff it affects, but... where's the officers? Need some money to repair a ship.
What can I help you with?
Your career as a scoundrel has ended.
Come, sir. I have everything you need.
That's true HD output, oh yeah. Hard to do, yeah. Yeah, I'd be scared of doing anything like that where you'd have to open up your console to solder stuff in there. It's a simple, like, solderless mod. I'd probably be fine doing it, but if there's anything that involves soldering, especially, like, tiny, like, wires to surface-mounted components, I would just be too scared of damaging the console. If it was a console that's basically dead, and let's say I'm trying to repair it, okay, well, at that point, it's either it's gone, or, you know, I can try to fix it, but for something that works fine, I wouldn't want to, you know, mess it up. The events of Cain and Abel, a new type of bird spread into the world. The whole murder of them. Whole murder of crows. What do they call them? What do they call a group of crows a murder, anyways? It's just weird. I've already unloaded him. He's already given me 16,000 bucks for him to join me. There's an exploit in this game I kind of ran into. It's when he wants to join you, he says like, okay, we'll agree on this amount of money. And it's like, oh, it's too much. And then he can, sometimes he'll offer to lower his costs. It seems to be, it's like 100 gold times whatever your commerce skill is. My commerce skill is 4, so his asking price goes down by 4. If you say no, that's fine. Next time you talk to him, his base offer is what he offered you last time, like the lowest offer, so that minus 400. And then you can say, hey, no, that's too much, and then it goes down again another 400. You just go over and over, and then you go below 0, and then, oops, and then it goes into the negatives, and he pays you money. He pays you money to join your party, so you could basically get free money, right? Group of jellyfish is called the smack. Who comes up with these things? Group of mooses called the moose. Squad of squid. And only have 23,000. You'd have at least 5,000 in case we have to pay our crew again. Okay, is the new guy any good? It's got pretty good sailing and defense, actually. Keep him. It's better than the old guy. Guess this guy is fired. He's got good attacking abilities, but as usual, they don't have anything that's useful for their profession. Sea dogs do not include sea dogs. That's true, I want my money back. Let me exchange with this guy. Why is it so hard to exchange with people? I didn't take his stuff before. I'm gonna transfer him to one of my other ships. And then fire that person. Arg me. Boo. This is called PS Vita fans. Ba-doom-ch. Yeah, gotta go see the governor, the governator. Some of them tried to repair my ships. Curious how much it costs, like how many planks and whatever. It might be cheaper to do that than to in the pay at the shipyards, but I doubt it. The whole upside of the repairing would be to do it on the go, but in the end it probably costs a lot more to do.
I serve England.
Where's Rames? I haven't seen with you. It failed, sir. I've lost the trail of the smugglers then. Disappoint me, Nathaniel. Such a simple mission, you couldn't complete it. I had a higher opinion of you. My apologies, sir. However, if I may, I did manage to find out what Rames is to do next. He's going on an expedition. But my nature is chastise failure, especially when earnest effort's been made, but I hope you'll not fail your next mission. Anyway, here's the 5,000 gold I promised to give you, even though it's not fully deserved. Thank you, sir. Generosity amazes me. Enough of this, Nathaniel. You needn't flatter me. Now let's talk business. I understand you've been to the Pirate's Nest. So now that you know where to go, I need you to take this letter and deliver it to the Pirate Lord. He goes by the name Isabrand Juxon. Now before you become alarmed, I'm sure you're curious what possible communication I might have with this low devil. You may recall that Rames now knows much for me to let him escape. If you aren't able to catch him, these pirates may. So when are you going to start on your journey? The ship is ready to sail, sir. Let's sail immediately. After you've done your duty, return to me for the reward. Is everything clear, Nathaniel? Yeah, I know, right? Navigator just gave me like 20,000 gold to join my party. You're giving me 5,000 bucks? Yeah, thanks. You can have it back.
My good man, we fix ships here, not
Ships. For 21,000 bucks.
Yes, sir, we can patch her right up.
Yeah. Wonder if we're eventually gonna have to like join the other countries. Like I'm sure this guy's gonna end up being like a you know, he's gonna be committing treason or something like that, and we're gonna have to stop him. And then we'll be joining another team or whatever. Assuming we're going to the pirate island. Alright, which ship am I gonna drop this guy into? Alright, so they've already got 7-6 on their team. It's probably fine. They don't have a cannoneer though. Have a spare cannoneer. This guy. There we go. Yeah, I need to save. These guys have 6. You guys also have 6-5. And we got a spare dude. You guys also don't have a cannoneer. What the hell? Not enough cannoneers to go around. I guess not. We've got. Yeah, it's definitely unique. Nope. Nope. No. No. Get away, pirate. You can stay right there. God damn it. Yeah, the fort is like kicking their ass too. He's not a very smart pirate. Oh, we didn't get the XP. The fort finished it off. Boo. Still a pirate over there. Nope. I was gonna say. Maybe the fort will finish it off, and it did. I guess you can pick up anything with the, you're supposed to be able to, like, pick up cargo when you go through, like, a spot where they sunk, but it doesn't seem to happen. Beep, beep, beep. Why is this? I'm gonna sail to another spot so I can get out of this place easier. Go to the rocky shore. There you go. You can sail from here a lot easier. Alright, so we need to go. No. Good. Their ships show up really quick. Like a foot away from you. How are you supposed to dodge them? Our guys up in the crow's nest aren't doing their job too well. Actually, we don't even have a crow's nest in these. No wonder they can't spawn anybody. No, so far there's no goal per se. It's you just continue the story, the main storyline quest to continue the plot. There is a main storyline, which is what I'm on right now. Ooh, that's my dudes. Oh, because I moved everybody around, that's fine. Wouldn't it? Oops. Canyoneer. No. This is the main story quest right now. So doing missions for the governor right now is the main story. I'm not sure if obviously that's going to change at some point. There was this tie-in with there was another like side quest thing that was related to the main quest about the Black Pearl and like some cursed coins and stuff. That ended for now, but I'm sure it's going to like crop up as part of the main quest. It seems like it was basically like it's like a side quest that they kind of threw in there just to kind of tie this to the Pirates of the Caribbean thing. That's what it seems like it is. Doesn't seem like it's actually necessarily part of the actual quest. It's just like, hey, we need to throw something Pirates of the Caribbean-ish here. And here you go. Let's just put this little side quest. Probably gonna keep cropping up. I don't know how long this game is. I mean, like for all I know, it could be like right near the end, or this could be like a 100-hour game. I have no clue. This guy's got a very quaint, small home as the leader of the pirates. That's the valiant Nathaniel, friend and hero of the downtrodden masses. What brings a noble man like you to seek out a villainous pirate such as myself? Couldn't give you this letter. Letter, you say? I'd like to know who it's from. What do you have to know who sent it? Why not just read it for yourself? Or do you need me to read it to you? It's your tongue, boy. I'll take your head as a trophy. Well, that answers my question. Alright, you must know the letter is from the English governor Salhard. Salhard? So the old fox wants my help again. Very interesting. Now why are you standing here still? You've delivered your letter, so be gone. This is services many times. Alright. Redmond. Hurry for fetch quests. Yeah, this game doesn't have a lot of piratey tunes. But again, we're not pirates, right? So that's the biggest thing about this game. You would think that we'd be, you know, pirates doing piratey things? No. We could be pirates. But, you know, I'm not going to piss off all the other countries and have to dodge fights constantly. It just seems like a pain in the ass. It's bad enough to just fight the friggin' pirates all the time. Yeah, I'm definitely a Sea Dogs too. You're a Sea Dogs, Harry. Apparently sea dogs do a lot of fetch quests, the main storyline. Pollock. That's exactly what it is. Thanks. Alright, back to Redmond. I wonder if there's any sort of time limit, like, can we just go on forever, you know, and get to, like, 2023 on this timer if we decide to spend, like, 1,000,000 friggin' hours just running around the map? God damn it. Didn't save. This game, man. This game is getting crashier and crashier, isn't it? Morton? Welcome to Crash City. Alright, so where are we in quest? Alright. So at least we're on the island here. So not a huge time loss there, but man, you're gonna have to keep saving more and more often because the game is just glitching out like fucking crazy. Which is very scary. Especially in a game where you don't know how close to the end you are. I mean, if this is like this is similar to the Dirty Desk era on Morrowind, where you know it gets worse and worse. Fortunate. It's very fortunate that it crashed.
What's the matter, Pete? Getting tired?
Crashes and glitches, yeah. I mean, this game doesn't seem to be all that, you know, all that polished, let's just say. So I'm not surprised that this is a, it's not an issue with me, it's just an issue with the game. It's held together with duct tape and spit, basically. Yeah, all these big open world games, I guess the memory starts getting kind of bogged down with like different... Well, this one doesn't really have... It's not like Morrowind, because the big thing with Morrowind is, let's say I picked up an object inside of that house. Now, that would be saved. I can go back to that house, like, you know, a month later, and that object will still be gone, would be moved, right? And this one here, it just replenishes, so it doesn't have to keep that stuff in memory in any way. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a memory leak that happens, so if I'm playing this for like a long period of time, there's a memory leak that happens and just gets worse and worse, right? First level Ninja Gaiden Black. If only I had a copy of Ninja Gaiden Black. We're going to Redmond. Let's see if we can load up some cargo and make some money. Let's see, what is there here that could sell well in Redmond? Apparently nothing. No. I guess fruits. Buy fruits here for 5 and they sell for 11, and or you can buy them for 11 in Redmond, which means I'd probably make like $1 per fruit. Silk. Sandalwood. I can also stop by Oxbay on the way. I never wrote down Oxbay. Oxbay's probably similar to Greenford though, because they're on the same island. Yeah, there's not really much you can buy here that you can't buy for cheaper there. I mean, Redmond or Greenmond has the sandalwood. That'd probably be a good thing to make some money between that and Redmond. Their work memory leaks in crazy ways. Morrowind literally starts the entire Xbox and loading screens. Yeah. Look, I didn't notice like the Morrowind loading times weren't as bad as I thought they would have been. The way people were saying is like, oh my god, it's the worst thing ever. Like, Morrowind seemed to be pretty good. I mean, I've definitely seen games like, look at fucking Magic Pendule. Magic Pendule had way worse loading screens, and what the hell was that loading? Yeah, that... I can imagine that having an issue. Well, this one has fast travel, but only within the town. So you can travel to the tavern real quick or whatever. Not if you have those boots of blinding speed. You move real fast. Those boots were awesome. Especially once I figured out that you could counteract the blindness with like anti-magic or whatever it was. It's like, oh, I'm not blind anymore. I'm still going super fast. It's just, you couldn't really wear anything else on your feet. And they were flimsy as hell, so they would break pretty quickly. Yeah, I guess they can't wear those. That's true. No shoes for you. Cuckoo. Yeah, it makes sense, Back in the day before, the SSDs existed. And optimization techniques and that. Oh, of course they weren't, but... They're meant to be a gag thing, like, oh look, you go really fast but you can't see where you're going. Joke's on you. We figured out a way. Seventeen's 1942.
Have a pint with me, you old salt.
Puppies. Puppies started World War II. I knew it.
My good man, I welcome your coin and your company.
Oh wow, sandalwood here is incredibly cheap. Even cheaper than it was at the other place. $17 of the other town. Alright, let's Oxbay. Getting 9 wheat 5. We don't have ebony. Chocolate 6. Oh, it's really cheap for chocolate too. I can go. You know what? I could trade chocolate between here and Greenford. Greenford pays 28. Was like 28 for chocolate. Oh wait, chocolate 30. Never mind. I skipped chocolate for some reason. Blaze the Flowers chocolate at 7, so 6 for sugar. 13. 8 for linen. Rum 3. Tobacco 7. Coffee is illegal here. Mahogany 19. Cinnamon 23. Copra 7. Copra seems like a pointless thing. Like there's nowhere that buys it low and sells high. Cheapest I've seen is 4 to buy, and 9 to buy, which would have been a sell of like 4. So you're not making any money on Copra whatsoever. Rico's illegal. Fruits 9. Ale 3. Silk 26. Those 8. Button 7. Sandal 8. There's 7. Oil 5. Now let's see. Do I have my merchant on me?
My good man, I welcome your coin and your company.
Let's buy some sandalwood. Sandal was 8, still 8. Let's load up on sandalwood.
Come, sir, I have everything you need. want, bucko?
So this should sell pretty good money. Cinnamon should sell for 43 in Redmond. Hopefully I'm not due to pay my my salary because I don't have enough money on me. I mean, Redmond's pretty close by, but knowing my luck, that very short trip, they're going to ask for their salary. I guess one thing you could do, might be cheaper than paying their salary, is to fire them all right before it's time to pay for their salaries. Advance time so that, you know, their salary gets paid. And of course it'd be really cheap because you have no crew. And then rehire them all, because I think it's cheaper to hire the crew than it is to pay their salaries. I think it's like halfway through the month is when we pay their salaries. Oh, we get New Year. Happy New Year! 1631. Oops. How much of this is unrelated? I mean, it's not really surprising at all, considering, you know, they basically slapped on a Pirates of the Caribbean sticker onto it. Alright, so we bought it for, how much did we buy this for? Sandal. We bought this for 8. We're getting 25 for it, so yeah, it's a really good way of making quick money, I guess. Well, quick. I mean, it's still gonna be... Well, I made some money. I mean, on just one ship.
My lord, I cannot lie. My prices are the best in the Caribbean.
Yeah, it's a quick buck, I guess. Then what could I buy here that would sell in Oxbay? Oxbay or Greenford. It's chocolate. Chocolate you can buy for 15, but that'd be less of a moneymaker, I think. Still probably the potential best bang for your buck. Everything else is going to be minor. $16. What was it before? Chocolate used to be 15, so the price went up. I don't know what the buyback price is, because the sell price was 30, so buyback price is probably like 17 or 18. So you'd barely be making any money. The trip back with the sandalwood would be very profitable. Save before we get the white screen of death again.
You are welcome in my port, for as long as England wants you here.
Oh wait. That's right, we crashed before we got into here last time. Let's reload so I can go through that dialogue again. I thought I'd gotten the dialogue and I crashed on the way out, but no, I crashed going into the building. Starfire.
Serve England.
Return means that you've completed my task and delivered the letter to the recipient. Yes, sir, but it was a challenge. The manners of pirates leave much to be desired, and rest assured, he's got the letter. Well done. Hope the next task will also be skillfully handled, Nathaniel. Hold on, no need to rush, Nathaniel. First, let me give you your reward. Thank you, sir. Glad to always be appreciated, Nathaniel. Let's get down to business. Your next endeavor, Nathaniel, is something of a personal matter to me. As my physician, it could be a bit unethical to use the Imperial forces of for one's own business. I'm especially keen to use you. Intrigued, sir. I have a sense of humor about you, Nathaniel, but let's not get distracted from the main subject. A ship was captured by pirates several days ago, Serena, headed for Europe from New Light. As it was passing by our colony, pirates struck. Besides the usual trade routes, there are several golden idols on board. There are rare Incan treasures that I have ordered from my collection. I managed to discover the pirate lord had ordered the capture. His name is Alistair Garcilaso. Say he and his gang of butchers and thieves are hiding in the Dalwezin jungle, but I don't know exactly where. I need you, Nathaniel, to find them and bring my collection back somehow. This is not the easiest task, but that's why I'll give you 10,000 now, and the equal amount of missions completed successfully. As I mentioned, I'm loath to use the army personnel for personal matters. The mere thought of landing troops on Dalwezin will risk a conflict with the Dutch. You're my only hope. Finding men who don't wish to be found is hardly an easy task, but it will serve you well. Okay, so we're going to Dalwezin. So let's see, is there anything... Ebony... A bunch of stuff that's cheap there that sells well here, but not the reverse. Yeah, there's no point in buying anything here. Nothing here is worth anything over there. Two minutes. Here it was. You just get a whole bunch of quarters and put them on the glass there so people know they have, you know, time left. Let's see if there's anybody that needs an escort while we're at it.
Drink up, laddie.
Nobody. Pirates, run! Safe. Oop. I don't know what I just clicked on. Was that the paying our dues there? About to press the button to go into the island, and all of a sudden there's like a prompt that came up. It must have been paying our guys. On beach is close to a pirate. Oh, this guy's dead now. Sorry. I guess we probably want to board this guy. Get the idols back. I'm down my cannoneer out. I wonder I didn't destroy him in like one shot. Wow. He had no crew left. Guess that grape shot just absolutely massacred them real quick. Ship has been destroyed, oh no! Where's the idols? Yoink. Not enough nipples. I don't think I'm ever going to use cannonballs. Bombs are way more effective for destroying things. Cannonballs, I guess, have slightly more range, but... So grab it to sell it. Throw them in there. This book updated. The bark sank very close to shore. No, it didn't. We captured it. Probably fished out its cargo with little trouble. Excellent. Get to it. So they expected you to actually sink it? Haven't found the statuette among the wreckage. Great. Now we can return to Redmond. Here I went out of my way to capture the damn thing. At least we got money out of it. We're gonna be able to sell that thing. It'll be enough to pay for my repair bill. See before I do anything. What's that one? Take it all anyways. Why isn't the shipyard open 24/7? So annoying. Gotta run to the inn, you gotta go stay the night.
Have a pint with me, old fool.
You lose $5.
You sure are not Dutch. She's a fine ship, she is, sir.
$1,000. Hopefully it's worth more than 8,000 to repair it, or to buy it, sell it, or whatever. It's worth a little more. There. I guess I did get some ammo as well, so just the bombs alone are what, 50 bucks? 50 bucks a pop? Or 50 times 50 for 20 or whatever.
To serve England is...
You've been away for such a long time, I've begun to worry about you. I'm alright, and I've completed your task. To be honest, I'm surprised. I didn't expect positive results from this expedition. You managed to get the whole collection for me, did you? Yes, sir, except one idol. It was bought by some stranger. What? How come we just heard of this? Where did we get this information and when it was bought by a stranger? Who told us this? One idol? Let's have a look what you're missing. Here, see for yourself, sir. It's true, one idol is missing. What a pity. Can we find this one too, sir? No, don't worry about it, Nathaniel. Although I appreciate you're ready to help. Instead, I have another task for you. Find someone else to send after the idol. Oh, so I almost forgot. Here's the payment promised to you. Several minutes before your arrival, Nathaniel was informed that a pirate was captured in Greenford. This particular pirate has always managed to slip through my grasp many times and has annoyed me greatly. I want you to bring the pirate to me. Sounds simple enough, sir. Can I go? Just a moment, Nathaniel. Appreciate your enthusiasm, but that's not all. Sorry, sir. On your arrival to Greenford, talk to the prison commandant, Ronald Blacklock. Show him this letter, and he will release the prisoner to your custody. In return, you will receive 5,000 gold. Easy enough. But won't be doing that tonight. Work in the morning. Alright. So we made some progress anyways. Now we can scroll down. There was a time where I couldn't scroll down the quest book for some weird reason. Seems just weird. The only quest so far that even has any sort of mention about Pirates of the Caribbean, the whole Black Pearl thing. Maybe this prisoner is gonna be tied to the movie as well. I doubt it. I still don't know like what the whole quest with this guy has. Like, maybe I have to speak with them. I haven't actually tried talking to him, I don't think. Oops. This one I'm next to the door when I try to talk to him. No. I'm really curious if there's gonna be anything to do. If there's anything else I need to do with this quest. Like, I don't know if I need to keep him to my party. Like, he's not that good being in my party, so I don't want to keep him in my party, but... Alright, let's make a save here. Let's make a new save. Nah, too many saves. And yeah, I'll stop the timer there. And yeah, we'll call it there for tonight. So next stream, I believe, yeah, Tuesday's my next day off. So I'll be back on Tuesday, and I guess we'll make some more story progress with this. Hopefully it doesn't crash too much. Let's make sure my ship doesn't Okay, no. None of my ships disappeared minus the one I sold. Just want to make sure that doesn't happen again, because that was bad. Expect the movie Titans to actually tie into the movie, yeah. I was kind of hoping to be at least some more mention of like anything to do with the movie, but obviously not. So yeah, we'll be back on Tuesday, and we shall continue this then. Let's see who's online there we can raid up before we head out. Still online. Oh, we got Sharpie on. I think it's Dreamcast challenge. So we'll raid up Sharpie, and we'll go from there. So everybody have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and I'll catch you all on Tuesday for the continuation of Pirates of the Caribbean. Fantastic night. See you all next time. Bye for now.